Chapter 1458. Second Senior Brother. Lu Ming smiled and said, I don't mind. Moreover, 8th Senior Sister's strength is profound. I admire her very much. 9th Junior Brother. Let me tell you something. Long Yuanshan smiled mysteriously and said, Actually, 8th Junior Sister is not human. Not human? Demon? Lu Ming's eyes moved as he whispered. 8th Junior Sister's true form is a dragon. A pure-blooded true dragon. Long Yuanshan said. What? A pure-blooded true dragon? Lu Ming was shocked. In the continent of God, Lu Ming had never met a pure-blooded divine beast. The pure-blooded divine beast was only 90% divine beast bloodline. However, 90% divine beast bloodline was not much different from a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline. A pure-blooded divine beast bloodline had an innate advantage and was incomparably powerful. Even a human's innate spiritual body was inferior to a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline, especially a terrifying existence like a true dragon. It was said that a true dragon was born with the strength of a spirit sea realm cultivator. If they did not cultivate, they would naturally grow to adulthood and enter the martial emperor realm. Once they cultivated, their achievements would be even higher. Moreover, after a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline reached the martial emperor realm, their physique would undergo another transformation and become even more terrifying. Of course, true dragons were also differentiated by talent. After entering the martial emperor realm, their physique was also differentiated by strength. Lu Ming felt that Xuanxin's physique was definitely not at the level of an inferior Earth spiritual body. It had even surpassed the intermediate Earth spiritual body. So she was a true dragon. No wonder she was so powerful. Yuan Lu, as expected of Yuan Lu. Not long after I arrived, I met a pure-blooded true dragon. Then, there must be other pure-blooded divine beasts in Yuan Lu, such as Qilins and phoenixes. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless anticipation. Yuan Lu would definitely be more exciting and brilliant than the continent of God. The rise of geniuses and the competition of many divine beasts made Lu Ming's blood boil. 9th Junior Brother, where are you going? Long Yuanshan asked. I'm going to the Treasure Dragon Palace to exchange for some useful things. Lu Ming said. Oh, I'm going to the Treasure Dragon Palace too. I'll take you there. Long Yuanshan smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed Long Yuanshan to the Treasure Dragon Palace. The Treasure Dragon Palace was located on top of a huge snowy mountain. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley could exchange their contribution points for treasures here. Of course, they could also exchange their treasures for contribution points. Soon, Lu Ming and Long Yuanshan arrived at the Treasure Dragon Palace. Outside the Precious Dragon Palace, there were many people coming and going. Fortunately, the palace was huge enough to accommodate so many people. So many experts. Lu Ming scanned the area with his spiritual sense and noticed that all the people here were Monarch Realm experts. As for those below the Monarch Realm, he didn't see a single one. There were counters all around the Treasure Dragon Palace. Junior Brother, feel free to walk around. I still have things to do here. Long Yuanshan said. Senior Brother, go ahead and do your work. Lu Ming nodded. Long Yuanshan nodded and walked toward the house. As for Lu Ming, he casually looked around. After looking around for a while, Lu Ming walked to a counter. A white-haired old man was sitting in front of the counter. Senior, may I ask if there are any spiritual liquids here? Lu Ming asked. Of course there are. There are various kinds of spiritual liquids recorded in this jade token. You can take your pick. The old man took out a jade token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He noticed that there were hundreds of spiritual liquids recorded in it. The functions and effects of each spiritual liquid were clearly recorded. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. After a while, he returned the jade token to the old man. Senior, I need 1,000 Spirit Night. How do I exchange it? Lu Ming asked. 1,000 Spirit Night can promote the growth of spiritual herbs. It's something that alchemists need. It's very precious. 1 or 2,000 contribution points. The old man said, 1,000 contribution points is really expensive. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. One contribution point was equivalent to 100 mid-tier primal stones. 1,000 contribution points was equivalent to 100,000 mid-tier primal stones, and it was only 1 or 2 taels. The price was almost the same as the top-tier life elixir. However, in order to help the tree of enlightenment grow, it was worth it. Senior, I'll exchange it for 10 kilograms of 1,000 spirit night. Lu Ming said. All right, give me your identity medallion. The old man said. Lu Ming handed the badge to the old man. The old man took out a disc and scanned the badge before returning it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that the contribution points in the badge had decreased by 100,000, leaving him with 2,050,000 contribution points. Following this, the old man took out a jade jar and handed it to Lu Ming. The jade jar was filled with 1,000 spirit night, a total of 10 kilograms. Lu Ming put it away with a satisfied look. Senior, do you have any materials from a true dragon that are above the martial dominator realm, such as dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon marrow, etc.? Lu Ming whispered to the old man. Lu Ming had obtained dragon bones that were not full of spirituality when he was in the divine wilderness mainland. However, the dragon bones were not very powerful when they were alive. Furthermore, too much time had passed, and most of their spirituality had been lost. That kind of dragon bone was not very useful to Lu Ming now. We do have materials from a true dragon that are above the martial dominator realm and full of spirit night, but there aren't many of them. Besides, the price is quite high. The old man said after a slight hesitation. Senior, I'm willing to exchange it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I'll ask around for you. The old man took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and transmitted the message. Soon, the old man received the message. According to your request, there's a dragon bone that weighs 30 kilograms. It's suspected that the true dragon's cultivation was in the sacred realm when it was alive, and its spirit night was full of spirit night, but the price is 2 million contribution points. Do you want it? The old man said. 2 million contribution points? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A dragon bone weighing 30 kilograms was priced at 2 million contribution points. That was the price of 2 sacred weapons. However, the old man had mentioned that the true dragon was in the sacred realm when it was alive. No wonder it was so expensive. I'll do it. In the end, Lu Ming clenched his teeth. The old man glanced at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first layer martial dominator realm, but he was able to earn 2 million contribution points. Sure, give me a moment. The old man left the counter. Lu Ming knew that the old man was going to retrieve the dragon bone. A while later, the old man returned with a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. You can check it first. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that there was a piece of snow-white dragon bone lying quietly in the storage ring, exuding a powerful spiritual essence. Vaguely, one could even see small dragons swimming on the dragon bones. This was definitely not the bone of an ordinary martial dominator realm true dragon. It was most likely left behind by a sacred realm true dragon. Lu Ming wore a joyful expression and handed his identity badge to the old man. Chapter 1459. Let's go back and refine it. I wonder what level my dragon god battle body can reach with this dragon bone. Lu Ming's heart was burning. After putting away the dragon bone, he did not delay and returned to the Cloud Dragon Valley. After entering the cave, Lu Ming first poured 5 kilograms of 10,000 spirit liquid on the Tree of Enlightenment before sitting down cross-legged. With a thought, the dragon bone appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon bone was crystal clear, and a faint dragon roar could be heard from it, emitting a powerful spiritual essence. Great! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His body emitted a powerful, devouring force that enveloped the dragon bone. Immediately, strands of essence flew toward Lu Ming like tiny true dragons and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle technique and the cultivation method of the dragon god battle body. He began to absorb and refine the essence to refine his spirit body. Just like that, time flew by day. As time passed, the size of the dragon bone gradually became smaller and the radiance on it gradually dimmed. Lu Ming's body emitted bursts of dragon roars, and a layer of sacred radiance emanated from him. Lu Ming's spirit body was undergoing a transformation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Cracks appeared on the dragon bone, and with a bang, it turned into a pile of powder. There was no more spiritual essence on it. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar could be heard from Lu Ming's body. The shadow of 9 dragons appeared on Lu Ming's body and surrounded Lu Ming's body. After a while, entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. The muscles all over Lu Ming's body were wriggling and his bones were cracking. It was only after a while that everything quieted down. Huff! At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Mid-level Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming felt the powerful energy in his body, and a thought flashed through his mind. Mid-level Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's spiritual body had successfully completed its evolution and reached the mid-level Earth spiritual body. This was a transformation of the essence from a low-level Earth spiritual body to a mid-level Earth spiritual body. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a huge uproar. The essence of a spiritual body was difficult to improve. Ordinary martial emperors would temper their spiritual bodies while increasing their cultivation. When their cultivation increased, their spiritual bodies would also become stronger. However, this kind of increase was only a quantitative increase. For example, if a martial artist with a low-level Earth spiritual body increased his cultivation, his spiritual body's power would become stronger. However, he would still be a low-level Earth spiritual body. Advancing from a low-grade Earth spiritual body to a medium-grade Earth spiritual body was a qualitative improvement. Lu Ming had completed the improvement of his essence. The higher the essence level of the spirit body, the more powerful it would be. Moreover, when one's cultivation level increased, the extent of the improvement of the spirit body would also be greater. It was very, very difficult for a spirit body to improve its intrinsic quality. There were very few ways to improve one's spiritual body. Just like D.E. in the past, he obtained the cultivation method of the 10,000 spirit body by chance. It was a method that could improve the essence of the spirit body, but it was also very difficult. It required the blood and essence of 10,000 kinds of creatures. D.E. had spent 10,000 years, but had not succeeded. Once he succeeded, his spiritual body would evolve into a low-level Earth spiritual body. It was rumored that there were some treasures of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent that could enhance the essence of one's spirit body. However, those treasures of heaven and earth were extremely rare and priceless. The dragon bones that cost 2 million contribution points can only improve one's spiritual body from a low-level Earth spiritual body to a mid-level Earth spiritual body. I don't know how many resources I will need to improve my spiritual body in the future. Lu Ming sighed. He had been looking forward to improving his spiritual body to a high-level Earth spiritual body. Now it seemed like an extravagant hope. The resources and dragon essence needed to improve his dragon god battle body were much greater than he had imagined. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more dragon essence he would need to improve his spiritual body. The amount of dragon essence needed to improve his spiritual body from a mid-level Earth spiritual body to a high-level Earth spiritual body was 10 times more than the amount needed to improve his spiritual body from a low-level Earth spiritual body to a mid-level Earth spiritual body. Later on, if he wanted to improve his spiritual body to a heavenly spiritual body, he would need an astronomical figure. Just thinking about it gave Lu Ming a headache. Let's take it slow. After my cultivation has improved, I will go out and adventure more to earn origin stones and contribution points. This was Lu Ming's plan. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He comprehended the 13 strikes and the chaotic flipping sky seal. The chaotic flipping sky seal, like other realm martial techniques, was divided into 6 levels. Lu Ming was only at the first level and was about to break through to the second level. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lu Ming had joined the Cloud Dragon Valley for more than a month. After 10 days of hard work, the chaotic flipping sky seal had successfully reached the second level. And Lu Ming had also reached the second level of the 13 strikes. With a casual swing of a long spear, he could release 4 forces in an instant. The power was astonishing. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message. He had a mission. The Dragon God Valley had assigned him a mission. Generally, new disciples would be given a mission by the sect within 3 months. Lu Ming followed the instructions of the mission and flew out of the Dragon God Valley. On a small snowy mountain, there were already a few people waiting there. These people also had the same mission as Lu Ming. "You are Lu Ming." Lu Ming landed. Some of them recognized Lu Ming. When Lu Ming had just joined the Dragon God Valley, he had caused a huge commotion. The Silver Dragon Valley Master and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had personally come. In the end, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had personally accepted Lu Ming as his disciple. Many people had been watching the battle, thus it was normal for some of them to recognize Lu Ming. "How should I address you?" Lu Ming brought his fists together and scanned the crowd. Apart from Lu Ming, there were 4 other people. One of them was a bulky man in his 30s with a buzz cut. His aura was the most intimidating among them. The other 3 were slightly younger. 2 of them were young men in their 20s and a young woman in her 20s. Both of them had a voluptuous figure. "I'm Su Long." The man with buzz cut introduced himself. Following this, the other 3 introduced themselves too. Of the 2 young men, one was called Zhang Kong and the other was called Fu Xing. The young woman was called Duan Yin. The few of them did not hide their cultivation level. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual senses and found out their cultivation level. Su Long's cultivation was the strongest at the peak 3rd layer martial dominator realm. Meanwhile, Fu Xing and Duan Yin were both 3rd layer martial dominators. One was in the early stage, while the other was in the late stage. Zhang Kong's cultivation was at the peak 2nd layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming was the weakest, with a cultivation of the peak 1st layer martial dominator realm. I believe everyone is aware of our mission. The Feng clan of the 6th Void Mountain is a subsidiary clan of the Dragon God Valley. A while ago, the patriarch of the Feng clan was murdered out of nowhere, and the Feng clan was unable to find any clues. A few days later, the 2nd master of the Feng clan was murdered out of nowhere too. The Feng clan panicked and asked for help from the Dragon God Valley. Our mission is to find the reason behind the deaths of the patriarch and the 2nd master of the Feng clan and find the culprit to ensure the safety of the Feng clan. Su Long briefly explained the mission this time. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They had seen the mission before. "All right, let's move out," Su Long said. Chapter 1460. The Feng clan of the 6th Void Mountain was located in the territory of the Divine Dragon Valley. It was a small clan that was affiliated to the Divine Dragon Valley and was quite far away from the Divine Dragon Valley. The 5 of them traveled day and night, and it took them 10 days to arrive at the Feng clan. Such an eerie aura. Duan Yin shuddered as they approached the Feng clan. The others frowned as they felt the air was exceptionally cold. Up ahead, there was a continuous stretch of palaces. A group of people came out to welcome them. The one leading the group was a young man with a pale face. He immediately bowed when he saw Lu Ming and the others. Feng Yi of the Feng clan greets the envoys of the Divine Dragon Valley. "Don't mention it." Su Long waved his hand. After some introductions, the group knew that Feng Yi was the only son of the Feng clan's patriarch. The people who followed Feng Yi to welcome them were the higher-ups of the Feng clan. "Everyone, let's talk inside." Feng Yi led Lu Ming and the others into the Feng clan's residence. Such an eerie aura. Lu Ming frowned as he entered the Feng clan's residence. He could feel that the aura here was even colder. Did anything happen to the Feng clan recently? Su Long was the first to speak as the group took their seats in the main hall. 3 days ago, my 3rd uncle died too, Feng Yi said with a sorrowful expression. The others of the Feng clan wore terrified expressions. The Feng clan had no idea who they had offended. The higher-ups of the Feng clan had died mysteriously one after another, causing the Feng clan to fall into a state of panic. No one knew who would be the next one to die. "Do you know how they died?" Su Long asked. No idea. We've checked carefully. There are no wounds, not even a single wound. Feng, he said while shaking his head. No wounds? How is that possible? Fu Xing said in disbelief. There really are no wounds. We've checked carefully. My father, my second uncle, and my third uncle are all the same. There are no wounds at all, as if they died suddenly. However, they're all martial dominator realm experts, so it's impossible for them to die suddenly. Someone must be behind this. Feng, he said while clenching his teeth. Does the Feng clan have any enemies? Su Long asked. Our Feng family is considered relatively weak in this region of Six Void Mountain. Normally, when we do things, we tremble with fear. How could we dare to offend other forces? Therefore, our Feng family has always been on good terms with other families and forces. We virtually don't have any enemies. Feng, he said. Su Long, Lu Ming, and the others frowned. There were no enemies and no wounds, which meant that there were no clues. How could he investigate? Could it be that he had to wait for the rabbit to show up? Wait for the other party to attack again? The hall suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. I suggest that we open the coffin for an autopsy. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. Open the coffin for an autopsy. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. I don't think that's a good idea. My father and the others have just been buried not too long ago. It's a little disrespectful to open a tavern now. Foamy said, I also agree with opening the coffin for an autopsy. Otherwise, without any clues at all, how are we supposed to investigate the matter? If the other party doesn't make a move after that, wouldn't this matter be left unsettled? Su Long said. Then, Fu Xing, Duan Yin, and Zhang Kong spoke one after another, agreeing to open the coffin for an autopsy. Feng Yi's expression changed, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded, agreeing to this matter. Under the lead of Feng Yi and the Feng family's upper echelons, the group headed to the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at the burial place of the Feng family's patriarch and the others. Feng Yi arranged for the Feng family's men to act. Soon, 3 purple gold coffins were placed in front of Su Long and the others, and the coffin lids were already opened. 3 middle-aged men were lying quietly inside the purple gold coffins. The 3 of them were emperors, and their corpses wouldn't be corroded without at least 100 years of age. Lu Ming, Su Long, and the others carefully examined the corpses. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched as if he had discovered something. His eyes were filled with doubt, but he didn't say anything. Then, everyone carefully examined the corpses. Sure enough, there weren't any wounds, not even the slightest. No wounds. Lu Ming frowned. He recalled the men of the Tsang Emperor in the Martial Emperor's Mystic Ground, who had died in the Martial Emperor's Mystic Ground without any wounds. Lu Ming speculated that those people had been killed by the soul-destroying Mage Emperor. However, Lu Ming didn't think that the soul-destroying Mage Emperor had escaped from the Martial Emperor realm and came here to kill a low-level Martial Dominator realm cultivator every few days. It was impossible. The soul-destroying Mage Emperor destroying his soul? By the way, could it be that these people's souls were destroyed? Lu Ming's heart shuddered as he thought of this possibility. His eyes flickered with astonishment. He had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. After a careful examination, the Feng family's men buried the 3 patriarchs, and the group returned to the main hall. Su Long, Fu Xing, and the others frowned, as they couldn't find any clues. Strange, there aren't any wounds. Could it be that their souls were destroyed? Su Long said in a serious tone. The others remained silent. It was highly possible. If the culprit has a grudge against the Feng family and is here to seek revenge, the next target would most likely be you, young Master Feng. Fu Xing said, causing Feng Yi's face to turn even paler. What should I do? Esteemed envoys, please save me. Whatever you want, my Feng family will try our best to satisfy you, even if it means going bankrupt. Feng Yi begged. Don't worry. Since we've accepted the mission, we'll definitely complete it and guarantee your safety. Su Long said, how about this? Why don't we take turns protecting young Master Feng? Junior brother Lu Ming and junior brother Zhang Kong will be in a group. Fu Xing and I will be in a group, and senior brother Su Long will be alone. How does that sound? Duan Yan's gaze shifted as she spoke. I'm fine with it. Fu Xing let out a smile. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. This grouping was quite interesting. Among the five, he and Zhang Kong had the lowest cultivation, but they were grouped together. This didn't make sense. The corners of Lu Ming's lips gradually curled into a smile. The mission was quite strange to begin with. Among the five of them, Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all third-layer martial dominator realm cultivators, while he was only a first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. The arrangement didn't make sense at all. Logically speaking, since Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all third-layer martial dominators, implied that the mission could only be completed with a cultivation of the third-layer martial dominator realm. What was the meaning of placing a first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator in the mission? Could it be that someone was manipulating the mission? Or could it be that someone had purposely placed Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan here? Lu Ming immediately recalled Yin Feng and Hiyu. Chapter 1461. He thought of these situations since the moment he saw Su Long and the rest. It was just that Duan Yan's arrangement now gave him a reminder. Okay, I have no objections. Lu Ming's mind spun as he directly agreed. Zhang Kong mused for a moment and also nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's do that. If the other party is really seeking revenge, then the next target will definitely be young Lord Feng. As long as the other party appears, we'll make it difficult for the other party to escape. Su Long announced. Starting from that night, everyone took turns to guard the surroundings of Feng Yi's bedroom. On the first day, it was Lu Ming and Zhang Kong. On the second day, it was Fu Xing and Duan Yan. On the third day, it was Su Long. That night, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing happened at all. It was the same for the second day and the third day. Just like this, 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the seventh day, it was Lu Ming and Zhang Kong's turn again. The night sky was quiet, the cold wind whistling. In a hidden corner, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. His aura was restrained, and his spiritual sense spread out, enveloping the entire Feng family mansion. On the other side was Zhang Kong. Very soon, it was late at night. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past in the night sky. Swoosh! Right at this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His figure dashed out, as fast as lightning, pouncing towards that shadow. And on the other side, Zhang Kong clearly sensed it too, pouncing out at the same time as Lu Ming. Whoosh! That shadow seemed to know that he was discovered and also swiftly rushed out, his speed shockingly fast. 3 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed out of the Feng family mansion and rushed towards Six Void Mountain. Six Void Mountain was incomparably huge. Inside, there were countless dangerous peaks, and the terrain was extremely complicated. Once that shadow rushed out of the Feng family mansion, it rushed straight into Six Void Mountain. From high up in the sky, the other party's figure could not be seen at all. One could only similarly rush in a Six Void Mountain to chase after the other party. Lu Ming and Zhang Kong rushed into Six Void Mountain one after another. Their auras firmly locked onto the other party, chasing all the way. But the other party's speed was shocking, and he seemed to be very familiar with Six Void Mountain's terrain. Turning left and right in Six Void Mountain, the two people could not catch up at all for a while. I'll go ahead and block them. You chase after them from behind. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, and then he soared into the sky. Black wings stretched out from his back, and with a flap, Lu Ming flew forward at an extremely fast speed. His speed suddenly increased by several times. Lu Ming wanted to rush to the front and intercept the other party, so that the other party had no way out. But at this moment, in the vast mountains below, a shrill scream rang out. It was from Zhang Kong. Lu Ming's expression changed. His figure swooped down, rushing towards the source of the sound. Bang! Lu Ming landed in a valley. The voice just now came from here, but now there was no one here. There's blood. Lu Ming saw blood. According to the aura of the blood, it was Zhang Kong. But there was only blood and no one. Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out, but he did not sense anything at all. Not only did that person from before disappear, even Zhang Kong's aura also vanished without a trace. Lu Ming frowned. Just this short while, the other party and Zhang Kong actually disappeared without a trace together. It was too strange. Lu Ming speculated that the other party was absolutely incomparably familiar with Six Void Mountain. There was even a secret hiding place nearby. Lu Ming started searching in the vicinity. But after searching for a while, he still found nothing. Lu Ming speculated that Zhang Kong was most likely dead. Helpless, Lu Ming could only return to the Feng family. Just returning to the Feng family, he saw a group of people waiting at the Feng family's gate. Feng Yi, as well as the Feng family's other powerhouses. Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yin were all there. The three people faintly protected Feng Yi in the middle. The moment they saw Lu Ming return, everyone's eyes lit up. Junior apprentice brother Lu Ming, how was it? Did you catch the culprit? Su Long asked. Lu Ming shook his head and said, No, the other party is incomparably familiar with this area of Six Void Mountain and did not catch up. Did not catch up? What about junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong? Duan Yin frowned and asked. Zhang Kong is most likely dead, Lu Ming said, recounting the matter of them chasing that shadow previously. That's not right. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Duan Yin opened her mouth coldly, staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. What's not right? Lu Ming said. You said that the culprit was able to inflict serious injuries and even kill junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong within an instant, but you could not find any trace of the culprit. That's not right. How could the culprit disappear so quickly? Secondly, you said that you could not find any trace of junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong and the culprit. May I ask, junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong's cultivation is at the peak second layer martial dominator realm, but the culprit was able to inflict serious injuries or even kill him in an instant. On the other hand, your cultivation is only at the first layer martial dominator realm. Why didn't the culprit continue to target you, instead allowing you to search the place before letting you go? Why didn't the culprit kill you too? Duan Yin asked coldly. At the side, the others also looked puzzled. Are you suspecting me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. That's right. You chased after the culprit together with Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong, whose cultivation was higher, was killed, but you were still alive. I suspect that you're a coward who chose to leave Zhang Kong alone when he was in danger. Furthermore, you were the one who killed Zhang Kong, and you're trying to rob him of his treasures, right? Duan Yin scolded loudly, a cunning look flashing in her eyes. Lu Ming, is that true? Fu Xing stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Are they trying to make things difficult for me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh in his heart. It turned out that Duan Yin and Fu Xing were up to something. They were purposely picking on him. These two were most likely from the Yinfeng faction. How ridiculous. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. What are you trying to do? Just tell me. Lu Ming said calmly. Humph. I'm right. So you have nothing to say now. Since you're a suspect, you better seal your cultivation and let us watch over you. Once the mission is over, we'll bring you back to the Dragon God Valley to receive your punishment. Duan Yin said. Hee, seal my cultivation? Sure. Come here. Let's see if you can seal my cultivation. Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. His eyes flickered with an icy, murderous intent. Sealing his cultivation, didn't that mean they could do whatever they wanted to him? Why would Lu Ming seal his cultivation? How ridiculous. Are you trying to resist? Duan Yin snapped coldly. Previously, she had heard that although Lu Ming had only ranked up to the martial dominator realm not long ago, his strength was shocking. Even geniuses like He Yu were no match against Lu Ming in the martial emperor mystical ground. Although her cultivation was 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's, she was not confident that she could defeat him in a battle. Nonsense. If I say you're guilty, would you be willing to kneel down before me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Humph. You're the most suspicious person in Zhang Kong's death today. You should give us an explanation. Duan Yin snapped. Explanation? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you an explanation? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Duan Yin and Fu Xing's faces turned unpleasant. Alright, today's incident might not be junior brother Lu Ming's fault. Duan Yin, stop guessing. Our priority now is to find the culprit and complete the mission. Chapter 1462. Duan Yin and Fu Xing seemed to be afraid of Su Long. They glanced coldly at Lu Ming, walked to the side, and did not continue to ask. Now we can basically confirm that the other party is here for revenge. The next target is young Lord Feng. Su Long spoke again, causing Feng Yi's face to turn pale. Esteemed envoys, you must save me. Feng Yi cried out with a look of horror on his face. Don't worry. Judging from the previous situation, the other party only wants to sneak attack at night, which means that they are not very strong and are afraid of us. Now, we have to lure them here. Su Long said. Lure? How? Feng Yi said. We'll set up a formation around young Lord Feng's bedroom. Once the other party comes and steps into the formation, it'll be like catching a turtle in the wind. Su Long said confidently. Feng Yi's eyes lit up and said, That's right. Why didn't I think of it? My Feng family also has a few 9th grade inscribers who can set up the formation together. I also cultivate the Tao of inscription, and I can lend you a hand. Duan Yin stepped out and said. Lu Ming just listened, and a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He did not say anything and did not say that he would help set up the formation. Now his second body was almost healed and was cultivating in the mountain and river diagram. Okay, then let's take action now, Su Long said. Immediately, the Feng family's inscribers and Duan Yin set up a formation in Feng Yi's bedroom. They also used various concealment formations to conceal the aura of the formation. If one did not observe carefully, one would not be able to see the formation. They were busy until the second night before they finished setting up the formation. That night, Lu Ming and the others did not guard near Feng Yi's bedroom. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Guarding near Feng Yi would only alert the enemy. In this way, there was no movement after 2 days, until the third night. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help cut through the quiet night sky. It was Feng Yi's voice. Whoosh! Lu Ming, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, he saw a figure rushing into the sky from Feng Yi's bedroom. This figure was still holding Feng Yi in his hand and flying toward the 6th Void Mountain. Chase! At this moment, Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yin appeared and chased after the figure with extreme speed. Lu Ming also chased after the figure. One chasing and one fleeing. They rushed into the 6th Void Mountain in a blink of an eye. Once they rushed to the range of 6th Void Mountain, the other party swooped down, charging into the mountain forest. Lu Ming and the other 3 followed closely behind, rushing into the forest. Help! Feng! He shouted. In the night sky, Lu Ming and the others could clearly see that the figure in front of them was wearing a loose black robe. He grabbed Feng Yi and continued to move forward at an extremely fast speed. In the dark forest, he was like a ghost. Today, you won't be able to escape. Surrender. Su Long shouted. The true essence in his body surged, and his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, the group had traveled thousands of miles in the 6th Void Mountain. Lu Ming and the others were getting closer and closer to the black-robed man. Stop! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing jumped in fright and involuntarily stopped. Lu Ming, what are you doing? What's the meaning of this? Duan Yin reprimanded Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? You'll know when you see that person. Lu Ming said indifferently. Duan Yin and the others looked forward and couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this moment, the black-robed man also stopped and didn't continue to escape. Strange, Lu Ming stopped. Why didn't the black-robed man seize the opportunity to escape? Why did he stop? Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing were full of doubts. Because there's a great killing formation in front of us. Once we step in, we'll die without a doubt. Lu Ming said. What? Great killing formation? Su Long and the other two's faces changed wildly. Duan Yin looked carefully and said, Impossible. There's no trace of formation in front. It's impossible for there to be a great formation. If there really was one, how could I not see it? Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense here. Oh, if you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try. Lu Ming smirked coldly. Duan Yan's expression changed. Seeing how confident Lu Ming was, she became doubtful and didn't dare to go forward. She wouldn't joke around with her life. Su Long and Fu Xing were also doubtful. Hee, I didn't expect this formation to be so well hidden and still be discovered by you guys. As expected of a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The black-robed man in front of them laughed coldly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Who are you? The Feng clan is a subsidiary clan of my Dragon God Valley. You dare to kill a member of the Feng clan, which means you're going against my Dragon God Valley. I'll give you a chance now. Let Feng Yi go. Su Long said coldly. Hee, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. How impressive. The black-robed man smirked. Hee, don't pretend anymore. Right then, Lu Ming sneered and said, You've been plotting all this while. From the moment we stepped into the Feng family, no, from the moment you sought help from the Divine Dragon Valley, you've been plotting all this while. Your goal is to lure us here and into that array. Am I right, Master of the Feng family? What? Lu Ming's words made Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing dumbfounded. Feng clan's patriarch? How is that possible? Lu Ming, what nonsense are you talking about? Feng clan's patriarch. We saw it with our own eyes. He's already dead. Duan Yin reprimanded. Who said that the person we saw was the real Feng clan's patriarch? Lu Ming smiled faintly. This, Su Long, Duan Yin, and the others fell silent. Indeed, who said that the person they saw was the real Feng clan's patriarch? If the person they saw wasn't the real Feng clan's patriarch, then wouldn't Feng Yi be? Their cold gazes fell on Feng Yi. At this time, the black-robed man had already put Feng Yi down. Feng Yi wasn't injured at all. I didn't expect you to see through my plan, even though it was so well hidden. The black-robed man suddenly sighed and removed the hood covering his head. Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, it was the Feng clan's patriarch. He looked exactly the same as the Feng clan's patriarch they saw when they opened the coffin. In other words, the Feng clan's patriarch they saw when they opened the coffin was a fake. In the martial world, using special methods to alter another person's appearance was a simple matter. In the martial world, one's aura was the most important factor in identifying people. Appearances could change, but aura remained the same. However, they had never seen the Feng clan's patriarch before, thus they couldn't recognize his aura. Therefore, it was easy for the Feng clan to find a fake person to impersonate the Feng clan's patriarch. Young man, my plan can be said to be flawless. I really want to know, how did you find out? The Feng clan's patriarch looked at Lu Ming with curiosity, but he wasn't flustered. Flawless? Hee, in my opinion, it's full of flaws. Chapter 1463. There are too many loopholes. Impossible. The Feng family head's eyes turned cold. How could there be so many loopholes in his meticulous plan? If you want to hear it, I'll tell you, so that you can die in peace. Firstly, the first loophole was discovered when the coffin was opened. Lu Ming said, there were loopholes in the coffin? Impossible. The one who spoke was not the Feng family head, but Feng Yi. Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing were also puzzled. They had examined the coffin carefully and found nothing. There were no wounds on the bodies of the three people, so they could not find any clues. What loophole? Lu Ming, you better not talk nonsense. Duan Yin mocked. Shut up. Listen carefully if you're stupid. Lu Ming glanced at Duan Yin coldly and scolded. You. Duan Yin's beautiful face flushed red. Lu Ming actually called her stupid. All right, let's listen to Junior Lu Ming. Su Long tried to smooth things over again. According to my deduction, the three people who died in the Feng family, the second master and the third master, were really killed. Moreover, the one who killed them was you, right? Lu Ming said. The Feng family head smiled coldly and did not answer directly. However, they're your family after all. You killed them and used them to set up a trap, so you felt guilty. Therefore, when you buried them, you dressed them up meticulously. Therefore, after they were buried, their bodies were neat and tidy. However, although the Feng family head's body was dressed neatly, it was not meticulous. Some parts were a little careless. This explains a lot. If that person is really the Feng family head, why didn't he do it meticulously like the second master and the third master when he was buried? That's impossible. This can only mean that the Feng family head is fake. Therefore, when Feng Yi was buried, he was not as meticulous. Lu Ming explained slowly. Feng Yi's eyes widened. Lu Ming said that in his heart. In fact, that was indeed the case. The patriarch of the Feng family also had a look of surprise in his eyes. He said, "You're so young, but your observation skills are so meticulous. How admirable. Even I didn't expect this." This guy, at the side, Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing had to admit that they hadn't thought of this either. There is also the second point. 3 days ago, a black shadow lured me and Zhang Kong out. I guess that you wanted to defeat us one by one, but you were too familiar with the terrain of the Sixth Void Mountain. Moreover, after you attacked Zhang Kong, you completely disappeared in a few breaths of time. I speculate that there must be a secret passage or something nearby. This makes me think that this person might be someone from the Feng family. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the surrounding area? The third point is just now. We clearly set up a formation in Feng Yi's bedroom, but you were able to easily take Feng Yi away from the formation. It's obvious that Feng Yi is in cahoots with you. He's in cahoots with you. Your identity is pretty obvious. Who else could it be apart from the patriarch of the Feng clan? You set up a trap to lure us here. In other words, you just want to kill us. However, I'm very curious. Why do you want to kill us? We are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming explained in detail before asking his doubts. Trying to kill us? How bold of the Feng clan. In my opinion, the Feng clan shouldn't exist anymore. Duan Yin said coldly. Ha ha. So what if you know the truth? So what if you didn't break the formation? Today you will die. The patriarch of the Feng clan burst out laughing. Bang! Following this, a terrifying aura was emitted from the patriarch of the Feng clan. The aura of the peak fourth layer martial dominator realm. Your cultivation, why is it only the peak fourth layer martial dominator realm? Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing were astounded. According to the information, the patriarch of the Feng clan was only a third-layer martial royal realm cultivator from a small clan. His battle prowess could not be compared to the disciples of the divine Dragon Valley. Therefore, they did not take him seriously at first. However, the aura that the patriarch of the Feng clan was emitting was the peak fourth-layer martial dominator realm. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, figures flashed in the forest. 8 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. They were 8 old men. Their auras had all reached the third-layer martial dominator realm. So many third-layer martial dominators. How is this possible? Duan Yin exclaimed. According to the records, the patriarch of the Feng clan had the highest cultivation in the Feng clan, who was at the third-layer martial dominator realm. The other elders were usually at the second-layer martial dominator realm. The Feng clan was not one of the top sects in the Tsan continent like the Dragon God Valley. The Feng clan was only a small clan in the Sixth Void Mountain. The number of experts they had was not comparable to the Dragon God Valley. In the Dragon God Valley, there were many martial dominator realm experts. Even those with a cultivation of the fourth-layer martial dominator realm and above could be easily found. However, a small clan like the Feng clan did not have that many martial dominators. However, 8 third-layer martial dominators had appeared at the same time, which did not match the records. Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing's faces darkened. Today you will all die. The patriarch of the Feng clan wore a cold expression with a murderous intent. A powerful aura encapsulated Lu Ming and his crew. Kill! The patriarch of the Feng clan uttered a roar and charged at the 4. I'll deal with him. Su Long roared as a peak third-layer martial dominator realm aura burst out from his body. His domain was unleashed as he charged at the patriarch of the Feng clan. Dong! The two exchanged blows. Su Long's figure was knocked backward, but he managed to resist the attack. At that instant, the 8 old men of the Feng clan made their moves too, charging at Fu Xing and Duan Yin. As for Lu Ming, a mere first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was not a threat to them. The place was immersed in a chaotic battle. Su Long and the patriarch of the Feng clan were engaged in a fierce battle. Without a doubt, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were stronger than the disciples of the small clans. Duan Yin and Fu Xing were able to resist the attacks of the 8 old men for the time being, although they were at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Su Long was at a disadvantage facing the patriarch of the Feng clan. After all, Su Long's cultivation was 1 layer lower than the patriarch of the Feng clan. Su Long was not a peerless genius who could defeat those with higher cultivation. Therefore, despite his outstanding strength, he was still suppressed by the patriarch of the Feng clan. Die! The patriarch of the Feng clan was engulfed in a black glow as he charged at Su Long. Puff. Su Long spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee, kid, you're dead for sure this time. You're only a first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Let me deal with you. Feng Yi appeared behind Lu Ming. His aura was locked onto Lu Ming's figure. Peak second-layer martial dominator realm. Is that so? Lu Ming let out a calm smile. Kill. At that instant, Su Long uttered a roar as his aura skyrocketed. Chapter 1464. At that instant, Su Long suddenly unleashed his aura of the 4th-layer martial dominator realm. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th-layer martial dominator realm, his outstanding strength allowed him to be on par with the patriarch of the Feng clan. Concealing his cultivation, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Su Long had been concealing his cultivation, but he had no choice but to reveal it now. The people of the Feng clan were startled by Su Long's sudden outburst. Feng Yi's eyes flickered coldly as he said, Kid, I'll kill you first before dealing with the others. Die. Feng Yi's claw was pitch black as it grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming immediately lashed out a punch at Feng Yi's claw. Following a crack, Feng Yi's claw became twisted as its bones were shattered into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. Feng Yi let out a cry of agony. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out another punch at Feng Yi's dantian. A terrifying force exploded, destroying Feng Yi's dantian instantly. Feng Yi's figure was sent flying a few hundred meters like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into a small hill and stopped breathing. Even though Feng Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd-layer martial dominator realm, his strength was still weaker than the disciples of the Dragon God Valley, not to mention Hiyu, Wang Xiao, and the other geniuses. He stood no chance against Lu Ming. Yeah. The patriarch of the Feng clan let out a roar as a ferocious, murderous intent burst out from his body. Kill that brat. The patriarch of the Feng clan yelled. Kid die. An old man who was initially attacking Duan Yin and Fu Xing lunged at Lu Ming. A palm print that was as black as ink, with a fishy smell, blasted toward Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as his figure was encapsulated with the chaotic domain. He executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and lashed out a punch. The force of the punch swept through the air, causing the foul stench to dissipate. Bang! The fist collided with the palm, resulting in a shocking shockwave. Following this, the old man let out a groan as his figure was sent flying by Lu Ming. His figure flew into the air, with blood leaking out from his mouth. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the other party. He punched out with both fists, and dozens of fist energies drowned out the other party. The other party roared and tried his best to resist, but under Lu Ming's storm-like fists, he was unable to withstand a single blow. When the fist energy dissipated, the old man was also smashed into pieces. A 3rd-layer martial royal realm expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming, which greatly shocked everyone present. This Lu Ming is really that strong. A light flickered in Duan Yin and Fu Xing's eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Junior brother Lu Ming, come and help me kill this person. At this moment, Su Long roared. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and with a flicker of his body, he rushed towards the battlefield between Su Long and the Feng family patriarch. Boom! Lin Fan threw out a punch, and the air buzzed. The terrifying fist energy flew towards the head of the Feng family. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, the Feng family patriarch's body shuddered and was knocked a step back. First layer, martial royal realm. How could he be so strong? He must be a peerless genius of the Dragon God Valley. The Feng family patriarch's eyes flickered with astonishment. Kill! Su Long also launched a fierce attack. Under the joint attack of Lu Ming and Su Long, the Feng family patriarch was at a disadvantage. Ding ling ling. At that instant, a black bell floated above the Feng family patriarch's head, emitting a tinkling sound. An invisible ripple spread out from the bell, and Lu Ming could feel his spiritual deity shuddering as it was attacked by an invisible force. The tinkling sound of the bell was able to attack the spiritual deity. To be precise, it was attacking the soul of the spiritual deity. However, Lu Ming's soul was extremely powerful. Moreover, the spirit deity was wearing a jade armor. At this moment, the jade armor was emitting a layer of light that enveloped the spirit deity. Lu Ming's spirit deity merely trembled a little and was fine. On the other hand, Su Long's face turned pale as his body shuddered. Kill, kill. The Feng family patriarch took hold of the opportunity and launched a fierce attack at Lu Ming, and Lu Ming threw out 2 punches to block the attack. But Su Long's body shuddered violently as a trail of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Lu Ming, hold him off for now. I'll help junior sister Duan Yin and the others kill those people, and then I'll help you. At that instant, Su Long yelled and backed off, leaving the Feng family patriarch to Lu Ming alone, exposing Lu Ming to the attacks of the Feng family patriarch. Haha, it seems like the disciples of the Dragon God Valley are also scheming against each other. You shall die first. The Feng family patriarch laughed coldly as the bell above his head continued to tinkle, emitting an invisible ripple that surged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, his pitch-black palm emitted a disgusting stench as he hurled it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly, but he did not say anything. He unleashed his true force and fought against the Feng family patriarch. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged over 10 blows with the Feng family patriarch. Damn it, why is my soul-shaking bell useless against this kid? Besides, his strength is too powerful. The Feng family patriarch was even more shocked as the battle continued. No matter what he did, he could not defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming was like a boulder in the middle of an ocean, standing firm. On the other hand, Su Long charged toward Duan Yin and the others. With his cultivation of the 4th layer martial dominator realm and his outstanding strength, he had gained the upper hand. In just a short while, he had slain 3 old men in a row, turning the tide of the battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword in Su Long's hand danced like a dragon, emitting a shocking sword intent. Duan Yin and Fu Xing cooperated with Su Long and attacked the remaining 4 old men like a storm. Puff! Another old man was slashed in half by Su Long's sword. The remaining 3 old men were no match for Su Long and the others. Let's go. The remaining 3 wanted to escape, but Su Long and the others each took one of them and tied them down. Not long after, the old man who was fighting against Su Long was slain too. The remaining 2 old men were killed by Su Long one after the other. The Feng family patriarch was the only one left at the scene. Damn it, how could this be? The Feng family patriarch yelled furiously. The strength of the people from the Dragon God Valley had exceeded his expectations. Based on the difficulty of the mission he had requested from the Dragon God Valley, it was unlikely that they would send a 4th layer martial dominator realm disciple. However, to his surprise, Su Long had concealed his cultivation. His actual cultivation was at the 4th layer martial dominator realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming's strength was even more shocking. His cultivation of the 1st layer martial dominator realm was able to resist him. Besides, Lu Ming had seen through his plan. Lu Ming and the others did not enter the formation, which led to the current situation. Damn it, screw it. The Feng family patriarch's eyes flickered viciously as he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the bell on his head, causing it to emit a crimson glow. The bell chimed continuously as its power grew stronger. Waves of invisible forces surged toward Lu Ming, attacking his spirit deity. However, they were all blocked by the jade armor. Meanwhile, Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing stood aside, but they did not lend Lu Ming a hand. Senior brother Su Long, please lend me a hand. Let's kill this man together. Chapter 1465. However, Su Long was unfazed. A cold sneer appeared on his face as he said, Junior brother Lu Ming, you've just entered the Divine Dragon Valley. Although you're talented, you're still lacking in battle experience. We'll leave the Feng family's patriarch to you. We'll support you. There's indeed something fishy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a cold light flickered in his eyes. He initially thought that there was something fishy about Duan Yin and Fu Xing, but now it seemed like there was something fishy about Su Long as well. In the beginning, Su Long had hidden his cultivation level and harbored ulterior motives. Now, he wanted Lu Ming to deal with the head of the Feng family alone. He was obviously trying to use the head of the Feng family to deal with Lu Ming. The Feng family's patriarch naturally saw the problem between Lu Ming and the others. He took the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks at Lu Ming. He still had a chance to kill Lu Ming. Senior brothers, I can't hold on for much longer. Lu Ming shouted as he exchanged a palm strike with the Feng family's patriarch. He intentionally retreated towards Su Long and the others. Ding ling ling. The Feng family's patriarch chased after Lu Ming. The soul buster bell vibrated, and an invisible fluctuation enveloped Su Long and the others. Damn it! Su Long and the others cursed in their hearts, but they had no choice but to defend themselves. Senior brothers, thank you for your help. Lu Ming sneered, causing Su Long and the others' faces to turn ashen. Ding ling ling. The soul buster bells ringing made Su Long and the others pale. It was obvious that the spirit god had suffered heavy injuries. Senior brother Su Long, we have to take him down as soon as possible, Duan Yin said. If this continued, their souls would suffer heavy injuries. Injuries to the physical body were easy to heal, but injuries to the soul were difficult to heal. The spiritual herbs that could heal the soul were shockingly expensive. Go all out, Su Long said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dazzling sword ray shot out from Su Long's hand, attacking the Feng family's patriarch. Duan Yin and Fu Xing cooperated with Su Long. And at this time, Lu Ming deliberately wandered around the Feng family patriarch's side, occasionally launching an attack. Junior brother Lu Ming, what are you doing? Why aren't you attacking with all your might and taking him down? Su Long shouted. That won't do. I was fighting alone just now, and my vitality was greatly damaged. I'm exhausted, and I need to recover slowly. Lu Ming spouted nonsense. Su Long's expression was ugly. He knew that Lu Ming was taking revenge on them for not making a move earlier. If Lu Ming didn't do anything, Su Long and the other two wouldn't be able to take down the Feng family patriarch. As time passed, their faces became paler and paler. It was obvious that their souls had suffered significant damage. This kind of soul injury would take at least a few years of recuperation. Damn it! Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing roared in their hearts. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If Lu Ming cooperated with them and went all out with Lu Ming's battle prowess, he would have taken down the Feng family's patriarch long ago. How could their souls be injured? In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. It's about time. Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile. The black feather wings suddenly appeared behind him, slashing horizontally. Pung! The black feather wings was a saint artifact. How could the Feng family patriarch block it? The black feather wings sent him flying, crashing to the ground and vomiting blood. Swish! In a flicker, Lu Ming appeared in front of the Feng family patriarch. He slapped 9 times on the Feng family patriarch's body, sealing the Feng family patriarch's true essence. The Feng family patriarch slumped weakly to the ground. Saint Artifact! Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing's eyes were filled with dread. Lu Ming, since you have a sane artifact, why didn't you use it earlier? Duan Yin glared hatefully at Lu Ming as she shouted. You think I can use a sane artifact whenever I want to? It consumes a lot of true essence. Just now, I was fighting against the Feng family patriarch and exhausted a lot of my true essence. I just recovered a little bit. Lu Ming casually explained. But Lu Ming's eyes were bright and his breathing was steady. How could there be a lack of true essence? He was obviously lying, but they did not help Lu Ming just now. Thus, they couldn't refute Lu Ming's words. A cold light flickered in the depths of Su Long's eyes, followed by a faint smile. I believe that junior brother Lu Ming has used his full strength. Now that the Feng family patriarch has been captured, let's ask him why he wants to kill us. The few of them walked to the front of the Feng family patriarch. Old man, speak. Why do you want to kill us? If you don't tell the truth, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons. I'll make you beg for death. Duan Yin spoke viciously. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Her soul was injured by the Feng family patriarch, and it would take a few years for her to recover. She really wanted to peel his skin and pull out his tendons. I set everything up and lost everything. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. The Feng family patriarch sighed, looking somewhat down and out. All of this started from an ancient ruin that I accidentally discovered. The Feng family patriarch sighed again. An ancient ruin? The eyes of Su Long, Duan Yin, and the others flickered. Normally, when it came to ancient ruins, there was a great chance that some treasure would appear, which was a great fortunate encounter for them. That's right. When I was in Six Void Mountain, I accidentally entered an ancient cave abode and obtained a cultivation method from it. It requires the blood and soul of others to cultivate, and my cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. The Feng family patriarch said, No wonder your cultivation is different from the records. You've reached the fourth layer martial dominator realm. Su Long said. It was obvious that he believed the story. That's right. I've indeed practiced that martial art. Furthermore, according to the records, the younger the genius, the more useful their blood and soul would be, allowing their cultivation to improve at a faster rate. The Feng family patriarch said, Therefore, you set up a trap to lure the disciples of the Dragon God Valley to kill you and use their blood and soul to improve your cultivation. Su Long said, That's right. The Feng family patriarch nodded. How bold of you! Aren't you afraid that your whole clan will be wiped out? Duan Yin snapped. Ha! If my plan worked, my cultivation would improve greatly after killing you all. By then, I would have taken all the treasures in the ancient ruins and left the Tsang continent. The Yuanlu is so vast. How could the Dragon God Valley find us? What a pity I was defeated by a first-layer martial dominator realm kid. The Feng family patriarch burst out laughing. You're saying that there are treasures in the ancient ruins? Duan Yin grasped the Feng family patriarch's words, and her eyes flickered with greed. Su Long and Fu Xing reacted the same way. That's right. The Feng family patriarch nodded. Quick, bring us there. Duan Yin said anxiously. No, unless you promise to let me go, I won't bring you there. Without me, you won't be able to find the Sixth Void Mountain. The Feng family patriarch said. Humph, if you don't, I'll kill you now. Duan Yan's eyes flickered coldly as a murderous intent encapsulated the Feng family patriarch's figure. Clang! Su Long pointed his sword at the Feng family patriarch's neck and said, Bring us there, or you'll die now. If there's really an ancient ruin, I promise to let you go. You'll really let me go, unless you discover the blood oath. The Feng family patriarch said. Swoosh! Su Long's sword vibrated and a ray of sword chi shot out, slicing off one of the Feng family patriarch's ears. Nonsense, I'll do what I say. If you don't take it seriously, you'll die now. Chapter 1466. In the end, the Feng family patriarch had no choice but to nod and agree to bring Su Long's group to the ancient ruins. Let's go, you point the way. Su Long lifted the Feng family patriarch and said, To the east. The Feng family patriarch pointed out the direction. Lu Ming's group rose into the air and flew in the direction the Feng family patriarch pointed. They flew all the way to the depths of the Sixth Void Mountain, flying a distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, they landed in a remote canyon. They arrived in front of a cave in the depths of the canyon. This cave was indeed very hidden. If one had to search slowly, it would not be easy to find it. This ancient ruin is an ancient cave dwelling. It's very big inside. I estimate that it's the place of seclusion of a peerless expert. The Feng family patriarch said. Greed flashed in Su Long's eyes, saying, "You better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Every word I say is true. That bell of mine was obtained from this cave dwelling," the Feng family patriarch said. These words made Su Long, Duan Yin, Fu Xing, and the rest believe him even more. That bell was indeed incomparably mysterious. It could injure one's soul. This kind of treasure was very difficult to buy in the outside world. Su Long took it without any courtesy on the way, not asking Lu Ming, the person who defeated the Feng family patriarch. Lu Ming did not say a word along the way, only following the group. "If you're worried, I can lead the way in first. Anyway, my cultivation is sealed. There's no way I can escape," the Feng family patriarch said again. "All right, you lead the way." Su Long put down the Feng family patriarch. The Feng family patriarch immediately strode into the cave. Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing hurriedly followed, as if afraid that the treasures inside would be taken away by others. Lu Ming walked to the back and followed in. Walking into the cave, there was a narrow passage. After going all the way in, about a few hundred meters later, they saw a faint light. Walking through the passage, the front suddenly opened up. It was a huge underground cave. On the surrounding walls, there were gems emitting a faint light. Arriving here, the Feng family patriarch's face revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly strode forward and knelt down. "This subordinate greets Elder Demon Soul." The Feng family patriarch kowtowed to a figure. A human figure. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Only then did they realize that there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the underground cavern. It was an old man. He looked very, very old. There were only a few strands of white hair left on his head. The skin on his face was shriveled and wrinkles piled up like mountains. His entire body seemed to be devoid of flesh and blood. He looked like a skeleton sitting there. However, those eyes were eerily black as they stared at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a deep desire. There was actually someone else in the ancient cave dwelling. It was an old man who looked like a skeleton. He did well. The skeleton-like old man let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant laugh. "Thank you for your praise, Elder. This is what I should do," the head of the Feng family said, with a flattering expression. "What happened?" Lu Ming and the others slowly retreated. Duan Yin shouted loudly. "We've been tricked," Lu Ming said in a deep voice. "A trap." Duan Yin was stunned. Feng family patriarch. His purpose is probably to bring us here. He told us to go around him before he brought us here. It was all an act. Lu Ming said. "Ha ha, brat. You really are smart." "That's right, I was faking it. My goal was to bring you here and sacrifice you to Elder Devil Soul. If I could capture you and bring you here, that would be even better. If I couldn't capture you, then I could trick you here." The head of the Feng family laughed. It was fake. The ancient ruins were all fake. The head of the Feng family's purpose was to bring them here. "Look over there." Duan Yin suddenly pointed behind the skeleton-like old man and said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming and the others looked over and were shocked. There was a pile of bones there. No, to be precise, it was a pile of dried corpses. It was just like after being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. "This person wants to use us to recover," Duan Yin said with a trembling voice. At this point, how could they not guess the old man's purpose? They would be idiots if they didn't. It was obvious that this old man was injured and wanted to use them to recover. "Who are you?" "We are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. If you kill us, the experts of the Dragon God Valley will not let you go." Duan Yin shouted. Dragon God Valley? 80,000 years ago, this old man killed countless of them. The skeleton-like old man sneered. His words made Su Long and the others feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. 80,000 years ago, this old man had lived for at least 80,000 years. It was impossible for a martial emperor to live that long. In other words, this old man was a true Saint Realm expert. They actually ran into a true Saint Realm expert. Run! Duan Yin and Fu Xing turned around and ran. Die! Die! The skeleton-like old man bellowed. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Duan Yin and Fu Xing's bodies stiffened abruptly, stopping in midair. Then, both of them fell limply to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Both of them died after being bellowed by the skeleton-like old man. They didn't even see how the old man attacked. Duan Yin and Fu Xing didn't even have any injuries on their bodies. Su Long's body trembled violently. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Boom! At this time, a vast aura burst out from the skeleton-like old man's body. This aura was as deep as the sea, as if it was a world, as if it was the law of heaven and earth. True Saint Realm, the aura of a true Saint Realm expert. Plop! Su Long fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly as he begged, Senior, Senior, please spare my life. As long as Senior spares this wretched life of mine, this Junior will go through water and tread on fire, become an ox or a horse, to repay Senior's kindness. Even Lu Ming was speechless. This Su Long was scared out of his wits after the skeleton-like old man released his aura, kneeling down and begging for mercy, without any dignity of a cultivator. If you want me to spare you, that's fine too. Relax your mind. I will engrave a restriction on your soul. You will obey my every command in the future, and I can spare you. The skeleton-like old man's aura quickly withdrew, and his shriveled voice continued to ring out. Su Long's face was completely pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. If the old man engraved a restriction on his soul, then he would have to obey the old man for the rest of his life and become his slave. But if he didn't agree, the old man was a true Saint Realm expert. Didn't he see how Duan Yin and Fu Xing died with just a shout? What? You still need to hesitate? Let me tell you, I am an elder of the evil spirit sect. It is your great fortune to join my evil spirit sect. The skeleton-like old man sneered. What? You are an elder of the evil spirit sect? Chapter 1467. Su Long's face was filled with fear when he heard the skeletal old man's words. At this moment, he kowtowed without any hesitation and said loudly, This junior is willing to submit to Senior and the evil spirit sect. Evil spirit sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had never heard of this faction, but why was Su Long so terrified when he heard this name? Su Long's fear came from the depths of his heart. It was not an act. This meant that Su Long was truly terrified when he heard the name Evil Spirit Sect. Lu Ming guessed that the Evil Spirit Sect might be a great sect outside the Tsang province. At least you know what's good for you. Relax your mind. The skeletal old man smiled coldly. A wisp of black light spread out from between his brows and shot into Su Kong's body, disappearing without a trace. Su Long immediately revealed a respectful expression towards the skeletal old man and said, This subordinate, Su Long, will definitely not hesitate to die for elder in the future. Kid, what about you? Relax your mind and submit to this old man. As long as you help this old man deceive more people, this old man will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. The skeletal old man said, He's willing to be your lackey, but I'm not interested. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you say? Kid, you're courting death. The skeletal old man shouted coldly. You don't have to scare me. In my opinion, you don't have much strength now, do you? Lu Ming stared at the skeletal old man and said. The skeletal old man's expression changed slightly. Kid, this old man is indeed injured, but this old man can easily deal with a mere martial emperor. Is that so? In my opinion, it's more like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. When we first came in, you killed Duan Yin and Su Long with a loud shout. That method should have directly destroyed their souls. Then, you deliberately released the aura of a saint stage cultivator to intimidate us. But if you really have the strength of a saint stage cultivator, why do you need to do this? You released your saint realm aura too deliberately. Moreover, you needed the Feng family's patriarch to lure us here. In my opinion, you shouldn't use that kind of method too much. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen. Also, you can't leave this place. You'll worsen your injuries. Am I right? Lu Ming slowly retreated as he explained. The skeletal old man's expression changed. Su Long's expression also changed. Damn it, this Lu Ming knew so much. Why didn't he say it earlier? Su Long roared in his heart. If Lu Ming had said so earlier, he would not have sought refuge with the skeletal elder. He might have been able to escape if he had risked his life. Little guy, you're very careful, but you still have to die. Su Long, kill him for me. The skeletal old man instructed. Su Long's expression changed. He had no confidence in dealing with Lu Ming. Elder, although this person's cultivation is weak, but... Kill him for me, kill him. Kill. The skeletal old man shouted coldly. Su Long screamed as if he was in endless pain. Elder, please spare my life. I will kill him now. Kill him. The skeletal old man said. Lu Ming, go to hell. At the next moment, Su Long pounced on Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A terrifying sword light was released from Su Long's long sword, aiming at Lu Ming's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming threw a few punches and broke Su Long's sword light. Lu Ming, what's the use of resisting? You are destined to die. Even if you escape back to the Divine Dragon Valley, Yin Feng will not let you off. Su Long roared. You are indeed sent by Yin Feng. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. This Su Long had hidden his cultivation level previously. When Lu Ming was fighting with the Feng family's head, he stood at the side and watched, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming had been suspicious. Now it seemed that it was true. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to kill you while you were unprepared. Haha, but it's the same to kill you now. Su Long seemed to have gone crazy as he launched a torrential attack on Lu Ming. He had already surrendered to the evil spirit sex elders. This matter must not be spread out. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, and a wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Then, the chaotic domain erupted as he executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and punched at Su Long. Boom. This punch directly pierced through all of Su Long's defenses. The terrifying fist force-bombarded Su Long's chest. Half of Su Long's body exploded and was sent flying into the distance. Apart from a few trump cards, this punch was almost Lu Ming's full strength. It was enough to kill a fourth-layer martial emperor expert. Su Long could not resist at all. After killing Su Long with a single move, Lu Ming's black wings appeared. With a flap, his figure rushed toward the entrance of the passage. Chaotic domain? It's actually the chaotic domain. I didn't expect a genius to comprehend the chaotic domain in the small Tsan continent. Kill, I must kill him. Shocking murderous intent flashed in the skeletal old man's eyes. Wisps of black light appeared between his eyebrows. Kill. The skeletal old man suddenly roared. A black ray instantly tore through the void and appeared behind Lu Ming, shooting toward Lu Ming. Its speed was unbelievably fast, as if it had teleported. Lu Ming was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This ray of light directly penetrated the chaotic domain and shot into Lu Ming's body, rushing toward the spirit god. Dang! The ray of light landed on the spirit god. The jade armor on the spirit god emitted a brilliant glow, forming a barrier that blocked the black ray of light. Lu Ming's body shuddered slightly before he continued to rush toward the exit. A defensive artifact for the spirit god, such a rare artifact. Damn it, I can't let him escape. The skeletal old man let out a deep roar as his body emitted a cracking sound. It floated in the air like a skeleton that had been sitting there for tens of thousands of years. Elder, remove the seal on my cultivation. I'll help you to hunt down that kid." The patriarch of the Feng clan yelled. "There's no point in keeping a piece of trash like you alive. Die." The skeletal old man's eyes flickered coldly as he opened his mouth and inhaled. A layer of black light encapsulated the patriarch of the Feng clan, who let out a cry of agony as his body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a dried corpse. Su Long's, Duan Yan's, and Fu Xing's corpses also turned into dried corpses. The essence of their flesh and blood had been devoured by the old man. At that instant, his skin began to emit a faint glow. "Kill!" With a low roar, he turned into a ray of black light and rushed out of the cave, chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew out of the cave. The wind, settling beads, energy flowed into him. He executed the wind origin spell and the black feather wings to fly away. However, he didn't fly far before a shocking sound of breaking wind came from behind him. A ray of black light was flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. This old man actually wants to kill me regardless of his injuries. Chapter 1468. Lu Ming spread his black wings, which were more than 10 meters wide. With a flap, Lu Ming turned into a black bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and traveled 100 miles in an instant. This was the Yuan continent. This speed was extremely shocking. However, Lu Ming realized that the black light behind him was even faster and was slowly approaching him. Air Frozen Pearl. Lu Ming increased the energy of the Air Frozen Pearl, and his speed suddenly increased. He was barely able to keep up with the speed of the old man behind him. The two of them chased and fled. In the blink of an eye, they had left the 6 Void Mountain and were heading into the distance. The chase lasted for half a day. This brat, his speed is actually so fast. But if you want to maintain this speed, let's see how long you can last. Behind him, the skeletal old man sneered. True enough, at this moment, Lu Ming gradually slowed down. To maintain this speed and fly at full speed consumed too much true qi. Continuously using the wind origin skill and controlling the black wings consumed a lot of true qi. Now, Lu Ming's true qi was running out. The skeletal old man and Lu Ming were getting closer and closer. "Kid, even if I was severely injured 80,000 years ago and have yet to recover, it's still a piece of cake for me to deal with a puny first-layer martial royal like you." The skeletal old man's voice was unusually cold. "Old man, do you really think you can catch up with me?" Lu Ming's voice was still calm. "Is that so? I'd like to see what other tricks you have." The skeletal old man sneered. Whoosh! Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped into it. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared thousands of miles away. Space-time territory. This is the space-time territory. The skeletal old man screamed in shock. That's right. Lu Ming had asked Bubble to help him open up the space-time territory. He appeared thousands of miles away in an instant and distanced himself from the skeletal old man. After distancing himself, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of origin stones appeared in the air. Lu Ming's palm erupted with a powerful devouring power and devoured the origin stones. He then continued to fly while refining the origin stones to replenish his true qi. Don't even think about escaping. The skeletal old man roared, his sunken eye sockets flashing with raging flames. The two of them continued their chase. When the distance between the skeletal old man and Lu Ming narrowed, Lu Ming asked Bubble to help him open a space-time channel. The distance between the two of them increased once more. This happened several times. The skeletal old man flew into a rage, but he still couldn't catch up to Lu Ming. "No, I can't let this continue. I'm heavily injured, and if this continues, it'll be detrimental to my recovery. I have to quickly take down this person. Moreover, this person actually has the help of the space-time spirit mouse. Didn't the space-time spirit mouse die in battle? Why did it appear again? Let's take advantage of the fact that the space-time spirit rat is still not strong enough to kill it." The skeletal old man's eyes flashed, and in the end, He gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. "Break!" the skeletal old man roared. Then, a ray of light split from his body and entered the space. It flashed and disappeared. However, the skeletal old man's aura had weakened a little. In front of him, Lu Ming was flying. Suddenly, the space in front of him fluctuated. A black light flashed, and a figure appeared. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and his body stopped abruptly. It was the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man actually appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom! The skeletal old man emitted a powerful aura, locking onto Lu Ming. "Kid, let's see where you can run to now." The skeletal old man sneered. Swoosh! Behind him, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. A black light flashed, and another skeletal old man appeared behind Lu Ming. Two black-robed old men surrounded Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming realized that the skeletal old man didn't have a lower body. Only his upper body was left. The skeletal old man was wearing a large black robe. He didn't notice it at all when he was in the cave. "Kid, you're really not simple. You've comprehended the primal chaos domain and have a space-time spirit mouse as your companion. A person like you can't be allowed to grow. Today, die." The skeletal old man sneered. A black light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The black light was like a divine sword, shooting towards Lu Ming at an incredible speed. With a thought, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain spread out and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Chi! The black light shot into the primal chaos domain and made a chi-chi sound. But in the end, the primal chaos domain weakened a part of its power. The remaining part shot into Lu Ming's body and rushed towards the spirit god. Dong! The black light struck the jade armor on the spiritual deity, causing it to vibrate. In the end, the jade armor blocked the black light, but a small part of its power still passed through the armor and hit the soul. Lu Ming felt his soul tremble, and a numbing itch came from it. What a strange attack. It directly attacks the soul. Fortunately, I have the jade armor, and my soul force is extremely powerful. That's why I can block it. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Kid, not only do you have a spirit god defensive treasure, but your soul force is also extremely powerful. Then you deserve to die. When the skeletal old man saw that his attack couldn't do anything to Lu Ming, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Old man, you were seriously injured tens of thousands of years ago. You've been struggling at death's door for tens of thousands of years. You don't have much strength left. Why don't you find a place to heal? You're courting death. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's other shoulder, shouted. Even if this old man is seriously injured and has less than 100% of his strength left, killing you is more than enough. The old man sneered. His body emitted a layer of black light. His body began to become illusory, and the black light became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he focused 120% of his attention. Although the old man had been seriously injured a long time ago, he was still a genuine Saint Realm expert. No Saint Realm expert could be underestimated. Roar! The old man's body became more and more illusory. Finally, he turned into a huge pitch-black Grim Reaper, holding a Grim Reaper scythe. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He thought of the underworld child of the divine wilderness continent. The underworld child's bloodline was a Grim Reaper that could harm the soul. Die! The Grim Reaper's scythe slashed at Lu Ming. In front of him, the skeletal old man sneered. His eyes were filled with raging flames. Two black divine swords shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lu Ming. Lightning flame, Lu Ming shouted. The primal chaos domain turned into a sky full of lightning, forming a lightning domain. At the same time, the lightning domain burned with raging flames. The primal chaos domain could transform into tens of thousands of domains, except for some equally terrifying domains that could not be transformed. Lu Ming guessed that lightning and fire should be able to restrain the skeletal old man, according to his cultivation technique. Sizzle, the Grim Reaper scythe, and the two black divine swords bombarded the lightning and fire domains, producing sizzling sounds. At the same time, black smoke rose. It worked. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Break for me. Chapter 1469. Whoosh. Both the Death God Scythe and the Black Divine Sword became more powerful. They broke through Lu Ming's lightning fire domain and slashed toward Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, Bubble waved its claws and set up a space-time defense around Lu Ming. Although the skeletal old man's attack was mysterious, it was blocked by the space-time defense and its power was weakened. Then it went through the defense of the black feather wings and hit the spiritual deity. Dong! The jade armor shook violently. The powerful force went through the jade armor and hit Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming's face changed, and he was forced to retreat. The old man's attack was indeed terrifying. Even though Lu Ming had the jade armor and his soul was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person, he still felt a tearing pain. If it was an ordinary person, even with the jade armor, their soul would have been destroyed. Still not dead, Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that the skeletal old man was even more shocked. The old man's soul attack could even destroy the soul of a LV-7 Marshal Royal. However, Lu Ming, who was only a LV-1 Marshal Royal, had blocked it. This was an attack that the old man had launched regardless of his injuries. It was very harmful to his severely injured body. Kill. I must kill him. Otherwise, if he spreads the news that I'm still alive, it will be troublesome. The skeletal old man shouted in his heart. He ignored his injuries and launched another attack. The death god, Scythe, slashed down again. The skeletal old man in front of him threw out a huge palm print toward Lu Ming. This time, not only did he launch a soul attack, but he also launched an ordinary attack. Leave this to me. Dandan flew out and opened its mouth. An illusory world flew out and attacked the huge palm print. At the same time, Bubble attacked, and many terrifying space-time blades slashed toward the old man. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He did not care about the death god Scythe behind him. He flapped his wings and charged forward. He wanted to counterattack. His glabella shone, and a shield appeared in front of him. It became as big as a mountain. Boom! The illusory world that Dandan spat out bore the brunt of the attack and collided with the gigantic palm print. The illusory world collapsed under the impact of the gigantic palm print. Thereafter, it faced the gigantic shield that Lu Ming had summoned. Dong! This shield was a saint weapon, indestructible. The palm print slammed into the shield, causing it to tremble and be sent flying. However, the palm print also disappeared. The palm print was neutralized. Bubble's space-time blade continued to slash at her opponent. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. It seemed his opponent was truly weak to the extreme. Other than his soul attacks being a bit powerful, his ordinary attacks weren't strong at all. Kill! Lu Ming roared and punched with both fists. More than a dozen fists blasted towards the skeletal old man, along with Bubble's space-time blade. The skeletal old man's expression changed. His entire body was covered in a pitch-black light, and he continuously sent out palm prints. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded. After a terrifying collision, the skeletal old man's body floated back. At the same time, the death god Scythe also slashed Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's soul to feel a tearing pain. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and withstood it. Kill! With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming charged towards the skeletal old man in front of him. He stared at the skeletal old man, completely ignoring the death god Scythe's attack behind him. Swish! The black wings were like two heavenly blades, slashing towards the skeletal old man. At the same time, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he swept it out. 13 strike. The Emperor-level long spear vibrated 4 times in a row. For terrifying forces instantly erupted and blasted towards the skeletal old man. At the same time, Dandan and Bubble's attacks also arrived, crushing their opponent at the same time. The skeletal old man roared and stretched out his bony claws, slapping out continuously. A terrifying collision erupted, and the force swept out in all directions. In the end, the skeletal old man was at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The black light on his body trembled for a while. Damn it, kid, I want you to die." The skeletal old man roared crazily, and the black light on his body burned like a flame. Behind him, the huge death god turned into a ray of light and merged into the skeletal old man's body. Boom! Following that, a terrifying aura spread out from the skeletal old man's body. It was like an immemorial divine mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming's body. This was the terrifying aura of a saint stage expert. "Not good, this old man is going all out," Dandin exclaimed. "Demonic soul blade kill." The skeletal old man roared, and the black light on his body condensed into a shocking giant blade, slashing towards Lu Ming. The giant blade slashed through the clouds in the sky, splitting them in half. This giant blade made Lu Ming feel a terrifying sense of danger. Buzz! The shield flew out and blocked in front of him. Then, Dandin and Bubbles set up their defenses. Bam! 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 The giant blade slashed down, and the shield flew out. Then, Dandin and Bubbles' defenses were shattered. The giant blade then slashed towards Lu Ming. The black wings closed in front of him, and above them was shrouded in the chaotic domain. Clang! The giant blade slashed on the black wings, and the black wings shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Ming's entire body smashed towards the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Lu Ming smashed heavily on the ground, creating a large crater. Nest, what a powerful force. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body churning, and several bones in his body were broken. The skeletal old man flew toward Lu Ming, holding an illusionary giant blade in his hand. A powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming, and the flames in his eyes burned fiercely. Lu Ming was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The martial arts he practiced were shocking, and he had many treasures, including a few sacred weapons. He did not look like a first-layer martial dominator at all. At the same time, he had a space-time spirit mouse and a little tortoise with him. He could not recognize them, but they were definitely shocking. Together, Lu Ming's vitality was too strong. Even if the skeletal old man was severely injured, he could still kill an ordinary first-layer martial dominator easily. However, Lu Ming was still alive. He had already used some forbidden techniques, regardless of his injuries, but Lu Ming was still alive. While the skeletal old man was shocked, he was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. What should I do? If this continues, I will be exhausted to death by this old man. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Oh right, the prison-suppressing boulder. Lu Ming's eyes flickered all of a sudden. It was obvious that the skeletal old man had practiced an unorthodox martial art. The prison-suppressing boulder was extremely effective against unorthodox and demonic martial arts. Lu Ming had almost forgotten about it. It was related to the fact that Lu Ming had refined his spiritual flesh after reaching the martial dominator realm. After Lu Ming had refined his spiritual flesh, he had subconsciously neglected the remaining two bloodlines. He had almost never used them. Chapter 1470. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel floated out. Suppress. Lu Ming growled, and the prison-suppressing steel rapidly enlarged, suppressing the skeletal old man. The prison-suppressing steel. It's the prison-suppressing steel. Impossible. Wasn't the prison-suppressing steel shattered? The moment the skeletal old man saw the prison-suppressing steel, he let out a hysterical cry. His voice was filled with endless fear. Then, he turned and ran. When the skeletal old man saw the prison-suppressing steel, he didn't even dare to make a move and directly ran. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel shook, and the word below emitted a dazzling light. The prison-suppressing steel became as tall as the sky and instantly appeared above the skeletal old man's head, suppressing him. The skeletal old man screamed in horror, and a terrifying black light spread out from his body. At this moment, the skeletal old man's aura was extremely strong. He waved his hand, and a terrifying saber light slashed at the prison-suppressing steel. This saber was many times more powerful than the saber that he had slashed at Lu Ming previously. Lu Ming's expression was grave. The skeletal old man's saber was truly going all out. However, the prison-suppressing steel emitted a terrifying aura that could suppress everything in the world. When it came crashing down, the saber light that the skeletal old man slashed out instantly collapsed. Boom! Then, the prison-suppressing steel heavily pressed down on the skeletal old man's body. The skeletal old man screamed miserably, and his withered body directly exploded, turning into ashes. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was because he didn't activate the prison-suppressing steel at all. It was completely the prison-suppressing steel that killed the enemy automatically. Moreover, its power was shockingly strong, many times stronger than when Lu Ming activated it himself. The prison-suppressing steel could actually kill the enemy automatically and erupt with shocking power. Lu Ming found it unbelievable. Swoosh! At this moment, a black light flew out from the place where the skeletal old man's body exploded. Its speed was shockingly fast, as if it had shattered the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brat, wait for the revenge of my evil spirit church. The skeletal old man's unpleasant voice came from afar. He's not dead yet. Lu Ming frowned. The skeletal old man's body was destroyed, but a wisp of his soul had escaped. Wong. The prison-suppressing steel trembled, as if it was angry. Then, it quickly shrank and flew back to Lu Ming's head, where it floated quietly. Lu Ming looked at the prison-suppressing steel curiously. It seemed that the prison-suppressing steel was not to be trifled with. Its origins were astonishing. Lu Ming had not displayed the true power of the prison-suppressing steel. What he had displayed was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. The prison-suppressing steel is actually attacking the enemy on its own? This has never happened before. Strange. Could it be that the other party has cultivated some evil arts? But I've encountered people who cultivated the evil arts, the demonic arts, and even the ghostly arts before, but none of them have ever caused such a phenomenon. Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. He felt that the prison-suppressing steel shouldn't have attacked him just because the other party had cultivated an evil art. There must be some other reason, but Lu Ming still didn't know what it was. Back in the Godly Ruins Continent group, that big man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said that the Heavenly Divinity sect had a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. It shouldn't be wrong. I must think of a way to get that fragment. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, the Heavenly Divinity sect was extremely powerful. Some people even said that the Heavenly Divinity sect's overall strength might be the strongest among the 13 top sects in the Tsang province. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him, at the place where the skeletal old man's body had been destroyed. The skeletal old man didn't leave anything behind, not even a storage ring. But now, Lu Ming saw a piece of black paper floating down. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he kept the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. His body moved, and he appeared beside the paper, grabbing it in his hand. A secret skill. Lu Ming glanced at it and found that it was a secret skill recorded on the paper. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming kept the paper, and with a flap of his black wings, he tore through the void and left this place. The battle just now might have attracted the attention of the nearby experts. A few 100,000 li away, Lu Ming found a secluded cave and entered it. Sitting in the cave, Lu Ming waved his hand and summoned a pile of origin stones. His devouring force burst out and devoured the origin chi of the origin stones, refining them and recovering his strength. A few hours later, Lu Ming's true chi had fully recovered. Furthermore, his true chi was flowing smoothly and had reached the peak of its refinement. I'm about to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. Previously at the Dragon God Valley, he had refined 3 royal domain fruits. Both his domain and cultivation had reached the peak first layer martial dominator realm. only a step away from the second layer martial dominator realm. After a period of time and the battle with the skeletal old man, his potential had been suppressed, and he was finally about to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming's palm glowed as a heavenly Tao stone appeared, which flew toward Lu Ming's head and floated above Lu Ming's head, emitting streams of heavenly Tao aura. Lu Ming began to cultivate in silence. A few days later, a powerful devouring force was emitted from Lu Ming's body. The origin chi of the heavens and earth surged toward Lu Ming and was devoured by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming took out a pile of intermediate origin stones to assist his cultivation. As the origin stones were devoured, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. Second layer, martial dominator realm. Lu Ming finally had a breakthrough. His chaotic domain was upgraded to the second layer martial dominator realm, while his cultivation had also reached the second layer martial dominator realm, greatly increasing his strength. However, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He continued to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Ming finally came to an end. His cultivation of the second layer martial dominator realm had thoroughly stabilized. Let's see what kind of secret technique the skeletal old man left behind. At this moment, Lu Ming took out the paper left behind by the skeletal old man and began to read it. The black paper was made of an unknown material. It was extremely tough and flexible. It felt as light as a feather when he held it in his hand. Lu Ming inserted his true chi into the paper. Lines of tiny words appeared on the paper. Secret soul attack technique, godly sword art. After a while, Lu Ming put down the paper with a hint of excitement in his eyes. What was written on this paper was a soul attack technique. According to what was written on it, cultivating this secret technique would allow one's soul to be tempered, and its strength would constantly increase. At the same time, one could use a special method to condense spiritual strength into a divine sword that could be used to attack another person's soul. Lu Ming could not help but recall the attack of the skeletal old man. The eyes of the skeletal old man had emitted a black glow, which was like a godly sword attacking one's soul. This was a priceless treasure. It was almost impossible to buy it in the outside world. It could refine one's soul and increase the strength of one's soul. It could also be used to attack one's soul. This was extremely suitable for Lu Ming. His soul had been refined by the world-refining calamity bell. It had been broken and then rebuilt. The strength of his soul was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. If he cultivated the godly sword art, his soul attack would be extremely powerful. Chapter 1471. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Whoosh! Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 black divine swords that pierced forward. They flew a few hundred meters and disappeared into the walls of the cave. The divine sword art is so mysterious. I haven't mastered it yet. According to the records, when I master it to a high level, I can become invisible. With a shout, I can destroy the opponent's soul and kill them without leaving a trace. Lu Ming muttered. The more he cultivated, the more Lu Ming felt that the divine sword art was unfathomable. He recalled the time when the Feng family's patriarch had brought them to meet the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man had killed Duan Yin and Fu Xing with a single shout. It was likely that he had the ability to destroy their souls with a single shout. There was also the Feng family's second master and third master. They should have died because their souls were destroyed. That was why they didn't have any wounds on their bodies. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The divine sword art would definitely become his trump card in the future. I have been in seclusion for more than half a month. It's time to go back. Lu Ming walked out of the cave and looked into the distance. What entered his eyes was a vast mountain range. He realized that he was lost. He didn't know where he was. Previously, when the skeletal old man was chasing him, he had randomly chosen a direction to escape. He didn't pay attention to where he was escaping to. I'll find a place with people and ask around. Lu Ming soared into the sky and disappeared. Half an hour later, a city appeared in front of him. Lu Ming flew into the city. Not long after, he flew out again. I never thought that I would be in the territory of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming muttered. Sky Universe Demon Sect. He thought of Xianxia. Since I'm here, I should go and see Xiaoqing. How is she doing? Why didn't she enter the great emperor's mystic realm? Lu Ming had a lot of questions in his heart. Then, he moved and flew in the direction of the Sky Universe Devil Sect, according to the information he had just obtained. Lu Ming flew at full speed. After more than a day, huge mountains came into view in front of him. Those were all demon mountains. Demonic mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall, pierced into the sky. This region was filled with surging demonic chi. This was the entrance to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. When Lu Ming flew closer, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. In the depths of the Devil Mountains, there was a pillar of devil chi that towered up into the sky. It was incomparably large, even larger than most of the Devil Mountains. Could it be that the devil chi here was formed by that pillar of devil chi? Lu Ming muttered to himself as he continued flying. Stop! Suddenly, with a loud shout, two figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. The two young men were in their 20s. They wore black robes and carried demonic sabers on their backs. There was a demonic mark between their eyebrows. They were disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. Halt! If you continue forward, you will reach the entrance of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. What business do you have here? One of the young men asked. Greetings to the two of you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, I'm here to look for someone. Oh, looking for someone? Looking for a disciple of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? Tell me, what's her name? Maybe I can help you ask. One of the young men said, Her name is Xianxia. Have the two of you heard of her? Lu Ming said, What? You're looking for the Saintess? The two young men's faces suddenly changed as they shouted in a low voice. Saintess? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How did Xianxia become the Saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? He remembered that after Xianxia joined the Heavenly God Sect, she became the Saintess of the Heavenly God Sect. Could it be that Xianxia also became the Saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Kid, leave now. Hurry up and leave. One of the young men on the left said coldly. Why? I'm really looking for Nianqing. Lu Ming said. How dare you? How dare you call the Saintess by her name? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You're just a second-level martial royal realm cultivator, and you want to get close to the Saintess? Dream on. The young man on the left scolded. Lu Ming frowned and said, Guys, I'm an old friend of the Saintess. I'm from the same place. From the same place? The two young men were stunned. The one on the right said, You're from the Divine Wilderness Continent? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. The two young men looked at each other, and one of them said, Kid, you'd better not lie to us. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Also, you're from the same place as the Saintess. What's your relationship with her? The Saintess is very busy and needs to cultivate in seclusion. We can report this to the higher-ups. If we find out that you're lying, kid, you know the consequences. I'm Nianqing's boyfriend, Lu Ming said after a slight hesitation. What? How bold, kid, you're courting death. The two young men uttered furious roars and glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Kid, you dare to disrespect the Saintess. You deserve to die. Who do you think you are? A mere ant dares to claim that you're the Saintess' boyfriend. You won't be leaving today. The two young men snapped as they drew out their demonic sabers. An icy aura encapsulated Lu Ming's figure. They both possessed the cultivation of the peak second-layer martial royal realm. Lu Ming frowned and said, I'm telling the truth. You can report this to the Saintess and tell her that Lu Ming is here to see her. She'll know what I'm talking about. How bold of you to say such nonsense. Die. The young man on the left yelled as he slashed at Lu Ming with the demonic saber in his hand. At the same time, the young man on the right slashed at Lu Ming's head with his demonic saber. It seemed like they were going to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand, and collided with the two demonic sabers. Clang! Clang! The demonic sabers vibrated as a terrifying force surged into them. The two young men's bodies shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Only after retreating a few dozen steps and stepping on the void with a rumbling sound did he stabilize his body. How bold of you to fight back. You're courting death. You won't be leaving this place today. The two young men yelled at Xianxia. The two of you, Lu Ming asked nicely, and everything he said is true. Yet, you want to kill me. This is outrageous, Lu Ming said coldly. If they weren't at the Heavenly Demon sect, they would have been killed by the previous attack if they wanted to kill Lu Ming. What do you mean by telling the truth? Bullshit. You're insulting the Saintess. One of them yelled. Whoosh. At that instant, a demonic glow flickered as another young man appeared. What's going on? The young man placed his hands behind him. His gaze was sharp, and his aura was several times stronger than the two young men guarding the entrance. Senior brother Jinyu, you're just in time. Here comes a pervert who dares to claim that he's the boyfriend of the Saintess Xianxia, one of the young men yelled. What? The young man with the name Jinyu wore an icy expression as a murderous intent was emitted from his body, encapsulating Lu Ming's figure. An ant dares to claim that you're the boyfriend of the Saintess. You're dead meat. Jinyu stepped forward as his powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming's figure. Peak 4th layer martial dominator realm. Chapter 1472. Kid, kneel down now and slap yourself 200 times, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Jinyu stared at Lu Ming in a condescending manner. Ridiculous. Nianqing and I are in a relationship. We've known each other for many years. Why would you say that? Lu Ming said coldly. How could Lu Ming avoid such a question? He could tell that these young men had different thoughts about Xianxia. Therefore, he would not avoid it. He wanted everyone to know that Xianxia was Lu Ming's girlfriend. Die! Jinyu yelled and slammed his palm down. Bang! A huge fiend palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with a loud bang. Its power was shocking. Previously, the patriarch of the Feng clan had also been a peak 4th layer martial dominator, but his aura was nothing compared to Jinyu's. Evidently, this person was a heaven's chosen. Break! Lu Ming murmured as he stabbed forward with his spear. 13 strike! Whoosh! A spear glow tore through the sky and stabbed at the demonic palm print. For streams of energy burst out from the tip of the spear and penetrated the demonic palm print, causing it to dissipate into demonic chi. A mere 2nd layer martial dominator has some strength, but you're still going to die. Jinyu's eyes were cold as his aura grew stronger. His demonic chi burned like flames. Stop it! At that instant, a crisp voice could be heard. Jinyu was startled. He turned around, and his expression changed drastically. He bowed and said, Greetings, Saintess. Greetings, Saintess. The two young men from before bowed as well. Saintess? Lu Ming glanced in the direction of the voice. A woman was flying toward them. She was wearing a long black dress. Her figure was graceful, and her skin was fair. She was extremely beautiful. However, she was not Xianxia, but an unfamiliar woman. Clearly, there was more than one Saintess in the Sky Universe Demon sect. This was very normal. Many sects would have titles such as Holy Maiden, Holy Sun, Zongzi, etc. These people were the most talented geniuses of a sect, and they had the potential to inherit the position of sect leader in the future. However, there would usually be more than one such person. Some sects had 2, 3, or even more. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and they competed with each other. Only the strongest would be able to inherit the position of sect master. The woman stepped into the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. What's going on? Saintess Lu Yu, an audacious pervert, has come here. He dares to claim that he is Saintess Nianqing's boyfriend. I'm going to kill him. Jinyu said respectfully. Although his cultivation was not bad, he was respectful and fearful in front of Lu Yu. Nianqing's boyfriend? Interesting. Lu Yu's eyes flashed, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lu Ming and said, Are you really Nianqing's boyfriend? That's right. Whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we've seen Yinqing. Lu Ming said, Okay, I'll believe you this time. But you have to know that if you lie, the Sky Demon sect will be your burial ground. There was a trace of killing intent in Lu Yu's eyes. I'm just a LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. How dare I? Lu Ming smiled. Okay, I'll take you to see Yinqing. Lu Yu said. Saintess, Jin Yu's face changed. Shut up. Do you have a problem with my decision? Lu Yu glanced at Jin Yu coldly. Jin Yu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Let's go. Lu Yu stepped into the air and walked toward the depths of the Sky Demon sect. Lu Ming followed behind Lu Yu. On the way, some people looked at Lu Ming in surprise, but when they saw that it was Lu Yu who led the way, no one said anything. After crossing many demon mountains, the demon chi in front of them became denser and denser. Soon, they arrived at an incomparably huge demonic mountain and landed in front of a huge palace. This is Yinqing's residence, Lu Yu said. There's a trace of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. He hadn't seen Yinqing for more than half a year. He wondered if she was doing well since they parted ways on the continent of God. Saintess Lu Yu, may I know why you're here? A middle-aged woman appeared in front of Lu Yu and bowed slightly. Please tell her that an old friend is here to see Yinqing, Lu Yu said softly. An old friend? The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Ming and said, Is he the one? Yes, this is Lu Ming. He said that he's Yinqing's boyfriend. Lu Yu smiled. The saintess's boyfriend? The middle-aged woman's face suddenly changed. She said, He's just a LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. Saintess Lu Yu, are you mistaken? This is the Sky Demon sect. I don't think he dares to lie. Whether he's right or wrong, just tell Yinqing to come out and see him, Lu Yu said. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered. She pondered for a moment and said, All right, I'll tell the saintess. Saying this, the middle-aged woman turned around and went into the palace. A moment later, a figure came out from the palace and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, is that really you? A surprised voice could be heard. A glamorous figure stood in front of Lu Ming and observed him carefully. Yinqing. Lu Ming wore a smile on his face. It had been more than half a year since they last met. He finally saw Yinqing and Yuanlu. It had been half a year since they last met, but Yinqing was still as beautiful as ever. In fact, the devilish glow she exuded was even more intense than before. She exuded a unique charm that would cause the hearts of those who saw her to palpitate. Lu Yu, who was standing beside Yinqing, was also beautiful. However, when she stood next to Yinqing, she was subconsciously outshone. The others' gazes naturally shifted from Lu Yu to Yinqing. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with jealousy, but she smiled and said, Junior sister Yinqing, it seems like he's telling the truth when he says he's your boyfriend. That's right. Yinqing nodded. Ha ha. Then I'll have to congratulate junior sister Yinqing. But I'm a little curious. Your boyfriend's cultivation is too low. He's only a second-layer martial emperor. At this point, Lu Yu stopped. Her tone was filled with a hint of mockery. In my opinion, Lu Ming's talent is much stronger than yours. It won't be long before he surpasses you. All right, senior sister, please go back, Yinqing said coldly, as if he didn't get along well with Lu Yu. Ha ha, junior sister, I'll take my leave first. Lu Yu smiled and left in the air. Lu Ming, come with me. Yinqing pulled Lu Ming's hand and entered the palace. There was an elegant courtyard behind the palace. Yinqing leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming took the opportunity to hug Yinqing's slender waist and kissed Yinqing's rosy lips. The place was filled with tenderness. After a long while, their lips parted. The two snuggled up to each other and poured out their hearts. Xiaoqing, how did you become the saintess of the Sky Demon sect? Chapter 1473. After I came to the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, I accidentally got into a conflict with someone and had a big fight. Unexpectedly, my master took a fancy to me. My master is the sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. She took me in as a pro-disciple. Later on, I was tested to have a rare, innate demon body. Therefore, I was made the saintess of the heavenly universe demon sect. Xianxia explained. Innate demon body. Is it a type of innate spiritual body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That was possible. After all, the cultivation level in the divine wilderness continent was too low. Some heaven-defying talents could not be discovered or discovered. However, it was different in the Yuanlu continent. Moreover, there were many types of innate spiritual bodies. For example, Yinfeng's innate spiritual body was the worst among the innate spiritual bodies. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he could only transform into an inferior earth spiritual body. Some strong, innate spiritual bodies could transform into a medium earth spiritual body, or even a superior earth spiritual body, or even stronger. Xianxia's innate demon body was probably extraordinary. Therefore, she was made the saintess of the heavenly universe demon sect. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that Xianxia's cultivation was higher than his. She had reached the peak of level 3 martial emperor realm, and was only a step away from level 4 martial emperor realm. Lu Ming finally understood why Xianxia did not go to the great emperor mystic realm. It was very likely that Xianxia had already broken through to the martial emperor realm and could not enter the great emperor mystic realm. Following that, Lu Ming briefly explained his experience along the way. Xiaoqing, that Lu Yu doesn't seem to get along with you? Lu Ming asked. That's right. She and I are both saintesses and are qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the heavenly universe demon sect. She brought you to see me because she wants to damage my reputation. She doesn't have good intentions. Xianxia explained. Although there was no rule in the Sky Universe Demon Sect that forbade the Holy Maiden from associating with others, it was generally hoped that the Holy Maiden would try her best not to associate with others before she broke through to the Saint Realm because it would distract her. Lu Yu had purposely brought Lu Ming here to find Xianxia to let others know that Xianxia had a boyfriend and that they were dating. This way, the higher-ups of the Sky Universe Devil Sect would have a bad impression of Xianxia, and their chances of competing for the position of Sectmaster would be lower. This was the reason why Lu Yu had brought Lu Ming in. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he said, if she wants to compete for the position of Sectmaster, then let her. After all, I don't care about the position of Sectmaster. Xiaoqing, regardless of whether you have a heart or not, you still have to be careful in the future. Lu Ming asked with concern. Yes, I know. Xianxia nodded. The two continued to chat for a while. Meanwhile, the news that a strange man with a cultivation of the second-layer martial dominator realm was the boyfriend of the Holy Maiden Xianxia was spread across the Sky Universe Demon Sect, causing a great uproar. A second-layer martial emperor trash is the Holy Virgin's boyfriend? This is ridiculous. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I'll let him know that he's not worthy of the Holy Maiden. Voices filled with anger and jealousy could be heard from the mouths of the young men. That being said, Xianxia and Lu Ming were unaware of this. The two continued to be intimate with each other. A few hours later, Lu Ming, it's rare for you to come to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. I'll show you around. There are some nice places in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Xianxia said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two came out from the palace and walked in the air while holding hands, taking a stroll in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, before long, they were stopped by a young man. How dare you take advantage of the Holy Maiden? You deserve to die, the young man roared. His eyes were burning with jealousy when he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia holding hands. Xianxia was a legend in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. She came from a small continent and was recruited by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's envoy. As soon as she arrived, she was chosen by the Sky Universe Demon sect leader as a core disciple. Later, it was found that she had a rare, innate demon body and was named the Holy Maiden. Moreover, Xianxia was a kingdom-toppling beauty. Compared to Xianxia, some of the beauties in the Sky Universe Devil Sect paled in comparison. Therefore, Xianxia became the goddess in the eyes of many young men in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, Xianxia's personality was cold and aloof. She treated everyone with a cold expression and had a strange temper. There wasn't a single handsome young man who could make her smile. But now, Xianxia's boyfriend had suddenly appeared, and he was even holding hands with Xianxia. This caused the youth to almost explode from anger. He was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. Get lost. A cold voice came from Xianxia's mouth. Holy maiden, this person is trash. You have to think twice. Don't be fooled. The young man roared. Get lost. You only have 3 breaths of time. Xianxia said coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out from her body. The young man's face turned ugly. He gave Lu Ming a warning look and then turned to leave. Little Qing, it seems that you are very popular in the Sky Universe Demon sect. Lu Ming muttered. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and smiled. If the young men in the Sky Universe Demon sect saw Xianxia's expression, they would be dumbfounded. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Are you feeling pressured? I have many suitors in the Sky Universe Demon sect. There are even geniuses from other sections. Some of them are even at the peak of the Martial King realm. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. I'm a little jealous. However, I don't feel pressured. These people are nothing in my eyes. In a few years, they will not be my opponents. Lu Ming smiled confidently. You are so shameless, Xianxia said with a smile, his face brimming with happiness. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him. In front of him, rays of light streaked across the sky. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could see that they were young men flying towards him angrily. Lu Ming's lips curled up, and he said, Since you said that I am shameless, I will show you how shameless I am. After saying this, Lu Ming directly hugged Xianxia's slender waist and pulled Xianxia into his arms. How dare you? Let go of your stinky hands. Despicable ant, how dare you? I'm going to cripple your hands. Let go. Several young men appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia. When they saw Lu Ming hugging Xianxia, their eyes almost spat fire. Their faces turned red, and they could not wait to devour Lu Ming. Damn it, the sacred and noble saintess was being hugged by this guy. Upon having this thought, they could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. All of you piss off. It's none of your business. Xianxia snapped coldly. Saintess, you are still young. Don't be fooled by this guy. That's right. You have a peerless talent. You should find a guy with the same talent. For example, I am only a second-layer martial dominator trash. The young men spoke one after another. Wuxia. Chapter 1474. Wuxia sneered as he watched from the crowd. At this moment, he stepped out and shouted, Lu Ming, I know that you and the Holy Lady came from the same small mainland and have known each other since a long time ago. However, in that small mainland, the Holy Lady was like a pearl covered in dust, and her talents were not discovered. Therefore, your cultivation seems to be worthy of the Holy Lady. However, the Saintess' talent has been revealed, and she is now from a different world from you. The difference between you and the Saintess is too great. If you know what's good for you, leave the Saintess. Don't waste her time. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. In other words, you're saying that you're very powerful and talented? Of course. How can you compare yourself to us? Someone replied with a sneer. Hee hee. Lu Ming let out a disdainful smile and said, I, Lu Ming, came from a desolate continent, the Divine Desolation continent. I'm 26 years old now, and I'm a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. What about you? You call yourselves geniuses from the Yuanlu continent. With such a good environment and cultivation at your age, what gives you the right to act all high and mighty in front of me? If you give me a few years, I'll surely trample all of you under my feet. Lu Ming's powerful voice spread far and wide, causing the young geniuses of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect to wear unpleasant expressions. How presumptuous! Who do you think you are? How dare you say you can trample all of us under your feet? You're a tyrant on a desolate island, and you think you can do the same in the Yuanlu continent? You're overestimating yourself. The young geniuses scolded loudly. One of them stepped forward and yelled furiously, "Kid, I'm also a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. Do you dare to fight me? If you want to fight, let's fight." Lu Ming let go of Xianxia and stepped forward. "Kid, even if we're at the same level, I'll let you know what true strength is. I'll defeat you in 10 moves." The young man yelled coldly as a demonic aura soared into the sky. He looked like a demon god as he waved his hands, and a terrifying demonic light slashed at Lu Ming. "Get lost!" Lu Ming's eyes glistened as he took a step forward. 9 dragons, heaven-stomping steps. Now, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to perfection. A casual step was like 9 dragons walking in the sky, and its power was terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and 9 dragons flew out from under Lu Ming's feet. His opponent's demonic light was immediately shattered by the 9 dragons, which then crashed heavily into his opponent's body. The other party let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his body crackled. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He flew for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt, defeated in 1 move. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. It was simply unbearable. Just a moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty. He wanted to teach a lesson to Lu Ming, an ant from an uncivilized island, with the title of Yuan Lu's genius. He even said that even if they were on the same level, he would let Lu Ming know what true battle prowess was. He would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. But now, he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. Compared to what he had just said, he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack and hide in it. The faces of the other young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect changed. The young man from before had an inferior earthly spiritual body. His battle prowess could easily crush other cultivators of the same level, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This made them reevaluate Lu Ming. Who else wants to fight me? My cultivation is at the early stage of the 2nd layer martial royal realm. Those of the 4th layer martial royal realm or below can fight me. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd as his voice echoed from afar. What? Cultivators of the 4th layer of the martial emperor realm and below are allowed to fight. Arrogant beyond belief. You're overestimating yourself. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect yelled furiously. Lu Ming had said that those of the 4th layer martial royal realm or below from the Sky Universe Demon Sect could fight him. He was only at the early stage of the 2nd layer martial royal realm, but he dared to say that he could fight the 4th layer martial royal realm geniuses of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you defeated someone of the same level. I'll fight you. A young man yelled furiously as he stepped forward. A powerful aura burst out from him, forming a demonic cloud that covered the sky. This person's cultivation was at the 3rd layer martial royal realm. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming was straightforward. He took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps again. Each of Lu Ming's steps caused the sky to rumble as if a giant was walking in the sky. In an instant, 9 giant dragons danced in the air as they lunged toward his opponent. Break! His opponent yelled as he threw out dozens of punches in a row. Rays of pitch-black fist radiance shot toward Lu Ming. However, when the 9 dragons collided, the fist radiance collapsed. Bang! Just like the previous one, the young man was sent flying by the 9 dragons. He let out a cry of agony as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Another move. Just like the previous young man, he was defeated with a single move. There seemed to be no difference between the 3rd layer martial royal realm and the 2nd layer martial royal realm. The only difference was that Lu Ming had taken a few more steps. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect exchanged glances with one another. How could Lu Ming's strength be so terrifying? Was he really someone from the desolated island? Xianxia smiled from behind. Lu Ming was getting stronger. Humph! Maybe he used all his strength in that move. He's just putting up a strong front. A cold voice came from the crowd. It was Mo. Many people's eyes flickered. Maybe that was the case. Perhaps Lu Ming's earlier move seemed simple, but it was very likely that he had unleashed all his power at once and unleashed all his trump cards. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent in one move and obtain victory. Maybe Lu Ming's strength had reached its limit. That must be it. Many people thought so. Otherwise, how could a lowly ant from a desolate island have such strong combat strength? How could they endure this? Mo, do you dare to come out and fight me? Lu Ming stared at Mo and said coldly. Mo's face darkened. In the great Emperor Mystic Realm, he had indeed fought with Lu Ming and was no match for Lu Ming. Mo, go. Let this kid know the true power of the Sky Universe Demon Sex Genius. That's right. With your strength, it'll be easy to take him down. The other young man of the Sky Universe Demon Sex said, causing Mo's face to darken. What? You don't dare to fight me? Why don't you just admit defeat? Also, all of you get lost. Lu Ming sneered. Arrogant. Mo, teach him a good lesson. A young man was enraged. Bang! Bang! Mo stepped out and stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, times have changed. Now I can defeat you. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from Mo's body. Peak level 3 Martial Royal Realm. Chapter 1475. For someone like Mo, he had suppressed his cultivation when he was a sovereign. Once he broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, after reaching the peak of LV3 Martial Royal Realm, his previous accumulation had almost been exhausted. His future progress would slow down. However, this was enough to make Mo confident. His cultivation was almost 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. With every step Mo took, his aura became stronger. His demonic body was glowing, and there was demonic chi flowing around it. Mo has a rare medium earth spiritual body, and his cultivation has reached the peak of LV3 Martial Royal Realm. He can easily suppress this kid. Yes, I wonder how many moves this kid can take from Mo. Some of the youths from the Sky Demon sect began to discuss. Mo, you are very confident, but I hope you won't end up like the previous two. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The previous 2 youths were also full of confidence, but in the end, they were defeated miserably. Dark Demon Fist. Mo suddenly roared. His body moved like lightning, and he pounced on Lu Ming. Then, he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wherever the fist passed, the void trembled and a terrifying storm was formed. Good. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw out a punch. Dong! Their fists collided heavily with each other. It was as if 2 giant hammers had collided in the air. Demonic chi surged. When the 2 fists collided, Mo's face changed. He groaned, and his body trembled as he was sent flying far away. What? The other youths from the Sky Demon sect opened their eyes wide. Mo had been defeated in a head-on confrontation. Mo had a medium earth spiritual body, and his body was extremely strong. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming with a single punch. Could it be that Lu Ming also had a medium earth spiritual body? A medium earth spiritual body was considered a rare spiritual body in the 13 top sects in the Tsang continent. Dark Demon Seal. Mo retreated 100 meters with a gloomy face. He looked up to the sky and roared. Demonic chi burst out from his body like a raging flame. Everything within 100 meters was covered by demonic chi. A huge palm print formed in the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it blasted toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. Mo's battle prowess was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than the 3rd-layer martial emperor from before. Both the strength of his spiritual body and the use of domain martial techniques were shocking. An ordinary peak 3rd-layer martial king would not be able to withstand a single attack from Mo. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Whoosh! Lu Ming shot up into the air, surrounded by his primal chaos domain, and unleashed the hell-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming's body appeared extremely small in front of Mo Jie's demonic palm. However, when Lu Ming's fist landed on the demonic palm immediately collapsed. Lu Ming stepped through the devilish qi and walked towards Mo Jie. His cold voice rang out. Mo Jie, is this all you've got? What a disappointment. Impossible. Mo Jie roared. That move just now was the combination of his spiritual body and domain martial skill. It could be said that he had pushed his combat strength to the peak. However, in front of Lu Ming, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. 9 dragons in the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared above Mo Jie's head. He took 9 consecutive steps, and 9 dragons roared and danced in the air, flying toward Mo Jie. Get lost. Mo Jie roared furiously. His demonic body glowed, and his domain covered his entire body. He threw out a palm, and a palm print blasted on the 9 dragons, sending them flying. However, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Mo Jie and threw out a punch. Bang! Mo Jie was sent flying and vomited blood. His chest was caved in. Defeated, Mo Jie was defeated. Everyone could see that if Lu Ming had not shown mercy, Mo Jie would have died. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Mo Jie, who had a medium earth spiritual body, was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was higher. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had a high earth spiritual body? Many people's hearts trembled as they thought of this possibility. Impossible. Immediately, they shook their heads and their hearts. There were not many high earth spiritual bodies in the entire Tsang state. Every one of them was a genius with unparalleled combat strength. They were invincible figures among the younger generation. How could Lu Ming have a high earth spiritual body? In fact, Lu Ming did not have a high earth spiritual body, but a medium earth spiritual body. However, Lu Ming had gone through the world refining Calamity Bell, and there was a trace of chaotic qi in his body. This made Lu Ming's physical body much stronger than others of the same level. Although his current spiritual body was a medium earth spiritual body, its power and strength were comparable to a high earth spiritual body. In addition, Lu Ming had broken through to the 2nd level martial royal realm, and his chaotic domain had broken through to the 2nd level. His combat strength had greatly increased, and he was much stronger than when he was in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Although the chaotic domain was difficult to cultivate and it was difficult to improve, the increase in power was terrifying with every breakthrough. Damn it! Mo Jie roared in his heart as he looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He looked around and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The remaining youths of the Sky Universe Demon sect looked at each other with ghastly expressions. Even Mo Jie had been defeated. Who else could fight him? Mo Jie had a medium earth spiritual body, and his combat strength was strong. It would not be easy for an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior spiritual body to defeat Mo Jie. However, Lu Ming had defeated him. Therefore, an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior earth spiritual body would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Only a 4th level martial royal realm genius with a medium earth spiritual body would be able to defeat him. However, there were not many medium earth spiritual bodies, and none of them were present. Moreover, many of the youth's cultivation had surpassed the 4th level martial royal realm and had reached the 5th or 6th level martial royal realm. If news of him bullying Lu Ming, a 2nd level martial emperor with such a cultivation level, the younger generation of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect would become a laughingstock. For a moment, no one spoke. "Let me have a go at you." At this moment, a voice was heard. In the distance, a light flashed and a young figure appeared. "Senior Brother Jin Yu. It's Senior Brother Jin Yu. Great, Senior Brother Jin Yu is going to fight. Victory is in our hands. Let's see how arrogant that kid is." Many people of the Sky Universe Demon sect were overjoyed when they saw the young man. "It's him." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one who had attacked Lu Ming when he had first arrived at the mountain gate of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, he had been interrupted by Lu Yu. This young man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm. Jin Yu looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "Kid, you escaped before. It's the same for me to deal with you now." His voice was cold and arrogant, as if he was superior. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and the true essence in his body circulated wildly to resist Jin Yu's aura. Boom! Chapter 1476. In the face of Jin Yu, Lu Ming had to be cautious and did not dare to be careless. Jin Yu gave Lu Ming a strong pressure. A 4th level martial emperor could be called a mid-level martial emperor. His combat strength was far beyond that of a 3rd level martial emperor. Moreover, Jin Yu's spiritual body was definitely not simple. One could tell from the expressions of the other Sky Demon Sect disciples. Dark Feather. Jin Yu stretched out a hand and pressed against the void. His domain spread out. The domain that was filled with demonic qi continued to expand and spread toward Lu Ming. The domain was filled with endless demonic qi. There were even feathers that were like swords dancing in the air. Its senior brother Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain. It's said that senior brother Jin Yu's domain has reached the 5th level. Someone exclaimed, "Dark Feather domain, what a wonderful domain." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were thousands of domains in the world, and it was possible to see any domain. Some geniuses comprehended a variety of intents when they were below the Martial Emperor realm. Then, after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, they might produce some wonderful domains. For example, some people comprehended wind and fire intents before reaching the Martial Emperor realm. After breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, they might be able to condense a wind and fire domain, which was more powerful than a single domain. Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain was obviously a hybrid domain. Moreover, it was at the 5th level, which was beyond his cultivation level. Its power was absolutely amazing. Chaotic. Lu Ming's heart moved. He also pressed his palm against the void, and the chaotic domain spread out rapidly. He wanted to use the chaotic domain to fight against Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain. Ha! This kid is really overestimating himself. He actually wants to use his domain to fight against senior brother Jin Yu's domain. Watch, he's about to lose. Senior brother Jin Yu's Dark Feather domain is at the 5th level, and he's only at the 2nd level. He's going to collapse in an instant. He won't be able to hold on for more than a breath. On the side, some youth sneered. Was it possible for a 2nd level domain to fight against a 5th level domain? Buzz. The two domains collided, causing the void to tremble. Then, the two domains intertwined and fiercely resisted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, in the blink of an eye, 10 breaths. Their domains were still entangled with each other, fighting fiercely. Some of the youths from the Sky Universe Devil Sect stiffened. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. The 2nd level domain was actually able to contend against the 5th level domain of the Demonic Feather. It seemed that it would be hard to determine the winner for a while. How was this possible? What kind of domain was this? Why was it so terrifying? What's so great about a level 5 domain expert? Break. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly said coldly and pressed down with one hand again. Wong. The primal chaos domain trembled, becoming millions and millions of June heavy, suppressing everything. Boom! Jin Yu's expression changed drastically. His demonic feather domain collapsed with a bang. His body trembled, and he involuntarily retreated 3 steps. The others were dumbfounded. Jin Yu's face was extremely gloomy. In a clash of domains, he had actually lost. He was no match for Lu Ming. His 5th level domain was actually no match for Lu Ming's 2nd level domain. This made him want to kill Jin Yu. Originally, he wanted to perform well in front of Xianxia and easily trample on Lu Ming. He wanted to show Xianxia how weak Lu Ming was. He wanted to show Xianxia that he was a true genius. But now, his 5th-level domain was no match for Lu Ming's 2nd-level domain. It could be said that he had lost face. Boom! Demonic chi surged from Jin Yu's body, and a terrifying demonic true origin spread out from his body. Kid, a domain is only one of the martial artists' combat strength. It does not represent all of their combat strength. Now, I will show you what true combat strength is. Jin Yu shouted. His spiritual body shone, and demonic chi surged. A demonic saber flew out from between Jin Yu's eyebrows, and he held it in his hand. Ridiculous. A domain does not represent all of one's combat strength. If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and I will defeat you in one move. Lu Ming's voice was filled with mockery. Jin Yu had wanted to use his domain to suppress Lu Ming. After his domain was no match for Lu Ming, he said that a domain did not represent all of one's combat strength. How ridiculous was that? Oomph. Jin Yu snorted, and his face turned even colder. The demonic saber in his hand slashed down. A saber gleam pierced through the sky. It was unknown how long it was, but it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his true origin to the maximum, and his muscles bulged. Strands of chaotic chi flowed through his muscles, increasing the strength of his spiritual body. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming rushed up, and the chaotic domain exploded as he threw out a punch. Boom! This punch landed on Jin Yu's saber gleam. There was an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and the chaotic domain shook violently. His body was sent flying with a swoosh. So strong, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters away and felt a burning pain on his fist. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. Jin Yu's spiritual body was definitely a medium earth spiritual body like Wuxia. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer martial royal realm, and his combat strength was shocking. For geniuses like Jin Yu, he could easily kill cultivators of the 5th layer of the martial emperor realm, or even stronger. That kid is no match for him. Many people laughed. Finally, Lu Ming was no match for Jin Yu. They let out a long breath and felt relieved. They had been suppressed by Lu Ming before, and they had been too sullen. Lu Ming. Behind them, Xianxia revealed a worried expression. 1,000 crack, demonic saber. Jin Yu pushed Lu Ming back with one strike. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic saber slashed toward Lu Ming once again. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body, and he used the wind origin technique. His body flashed, and he dodged Jin Yu's saber light without leaving a trace. Jin Yu frowned and slashed his saber again. This time, there were 3 saber lights that blocked Lu Ming's 3 escape routes. However, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Those with weaker cultivation could barely see Lu Ming's shadow. He dodged the 3 saber lights one by one. Slash, slash! Jin Yu roared. This time, he slashed out 7 rays of saber light in a single breath. Unfortunately, it was useless as Lu Ming dodged them one by one. Damn it, kid, what's the point of dodging? If you have the ability, fight senior brother Jin Yu head-on. That's right, you only know how to dodge. What's the point? Some of the young men shouted unhappily. Ridiculous. When did you hear that a martial artist movement is not a part of his combat strength? Lu Ming sneered. Those people's faces turned red. Indeed, movement was an important part of one's combat strength. Attack, movement, and defense were all part of one's strength. What was the use of brute force if you couldn't hit your opponent? You can't escape. Chapter 1477. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming's body flickered as he dodged the blade radiance. He then rushed towards Jin Yu. Good timing. There was a cold, murderous intent in Jin Yu's eyes. The demonic feather realm spread out. In the realm, there were saber gleams slashing toward Lu Ming. Seal. Lu Ming suddenly spat out a word. Buzz. 5 light doors suddenly appeared above Jin Yu's head. The 5 sealed doors emitted a dazzling light as they pressed down on Jin Yu. At this moment, Jin Yu's movement stiffened as he was shrouded by the sealed doors' sealing power. He was greatly affected. "Break for me!" Jin Yu roared as blade radiance pierced through the air. 5 blade radiance slashed toward the 5 sealed doors. The 5 sealed doors vibrated violently. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, the 5 sealed gates exploded with a loud bang. However, this momentary seal was enough for Lu Ming. Divine Sword Art! Lu Ming appeared near Jin Yu. 2 beams of black light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 divine swords piercing toward Jin Yu. This was a soul attack, and Jin Yu's realm could not withstand it. The black divine swords pierced through the realm at an astonishing speed and entered Jin Yu's body. They went straight for his spiritual spirit. Boom! At this moment, Jin Yu felt a tearing pain in his soul. His spiritual spirit shook violently, and his aura weakened. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. His 3rd bloodline appeared, and a wisp of energy entered Lu Ming's body. He then punched out. This punch was Lu Ming's strongest attack apart from the chaotic flipping sky seal. The punch directly pierced through Jin Yu's realm and headed toward Jin Yu. "Get lost!" Jin Yu roared as he endured the pain in his soul and unleashed his full strength. However, how much strength could he unleash in such a short time? Boom! Lu Ming's fist force crushed Jin Yu's power like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Jin Yu's entire body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily in the air. His figure was like lightning as he caught up with Jin Yu and punched out again. Jin Yu screamed miserably. His entire body was smashed into the ground, heavily smashing into a towering devil mountain. Rubble flew everywhere as Jin Yu's entire body sank into the devil mountain. How could this be? The other disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect were dumbfounded. Earlier, it was clearly Jin Yu who had the upper hand all along. Why was it that in a blink of an eye, Jin Yu was defeated by Lu Ming with a crushing momentum? Some people didn't even see how Jin Yu was defeated. Just now, Lu Ming had suddenly counterattacked, using the Divine Gate 9 seals, and then used the Divine Sword Arts to attack Jin Yu's soul, causing Jin Yu to reveal an opening. Then he exploded with his full strength and heavily injured Jin Yu. All of this happened too quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Brat, what kind of despicable means did you use to injure senior brother Jin Yu? That's right, he must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, senior brother Jin, you clearly had the upper hand. How could he be defeated so quickly? You're shameless. A few youths glared at Lu Ming and berated him. Shut up. A cold shout rang out as Xianxia stepped forward. His face was as cold as frost as his gaze swept across the disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect. He berated, "As a disciple of the Sky Universe Demon sect, you were defeated when your cultivation was 2 levels higher. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you only know how to slander others. Don't you feel ashamed?" But one of the youths wanted to refute. What just now? In the previous battle, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jin Yu had used a martial emperor's spiritual weapon, while Lu Ming was still barehanded. He did not even use a martial emperor's spiritual weapon. He won by relying on his own strength. How could he have used any despicable means? If he really did use some despicable means, there are so many people here, including a senior brother who is a high-level martial emperor. How could he hide it from them? Xianxia berated once again. Some of the youths in the crowd, with unfathomable cultivations, wore unpleasant looks on their faces. They knew that Xianxia was right. Lu Ming had won by relying on a secret technique and his own strength. The youths blushed and did not dare to say anything. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? 4th layer Martial Dominator Realm, and below are welcome to challenge me. Lu Ming said. The disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect wore gloomy expressions. Who else could fight? Even Jin Yu had been defeated. Jin Yu was definitely an undefeatable figure among the fourth-layer martial emperors. Not many people could defeat him. If even he had been defeated, the others would only be humiliating themselves. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, but no one dared to step forward. I thought the disciples of the Yuanlu sect would be strong, but in the end, they couldn't even defeat me, someone from the desolated island. How disappointing! Lu Ming shook his head and let out a sigh. Ah, damn it! Many of the youths of the Sky Universe Demon sect clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Lu Ming's words were like slaps to their faces. Previously, they had called Lu Ming an ant from the desolated island. How could he be compared to them? They had belittled Lu Ming and placed themselves in a superior position, saying that Lu Ming was not worthy of Xianxia. Only geniuses like them were worthy of Xianxia. But now, they had sent geniuses who were 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was an ant from the desolated island, then what were they? Their faces were burning, as if there were flames burning on them. I almost forgot. I have something to do. I'll leave first. A young man suddenly spoke and turned around to leave. Ah, I have something to do too. Me too. My master is looking for me. Then, one by one, the young men quickly left. They were too ashamed to stay there, especially in front of Xianxia. Kid, the Sky Universe Demon sect has a stronger genius. He's just training outside. Let's fight next time. A few of the most unwilling youths spat out hatefully before slipping away. Even Jinyu was carried away by others. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xianxia stepped forward and held Lu Ming's hand. What's there to be sorry about? You're my woman. These toads want to eat swan meat. I'll beat them up one by one. Lu Ming smiled. Xianxia's little face blushed slightly as a happy smile appeared on her face. Buzz. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space nearby, and a figure abruptly appeared there. It was a middle-aged beauty in a black magic robe. She had an indescribable aura. Master, Xianxia exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged beauty. Chapter 1478. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect was definitely an overlord in the Tsang Prefecture. He was someone who could shake the entire Tsang Prefecture with a stomp of his foot. He was someone who was on par with the Valley Master of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect revealed a faint smile and said, Little guy, you're quite strong. You actually managed to cultivate the chaotic domain. That's rare. Thank you, Senior, for your compliment. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect nodded and looked at Xianxia with a doting look. Young people, I won't object to you dating each other. The Sky Universe Demon sect master's tone suddenly changed as he said, However, all of you are still in the golden age of cultivation. You should prioritize your cultivation. Although all of your talents are not bad, your cultivation is too low. In the vast Yuan land, it's nothing. Without cultivation, you won't be able to truly possess freedom. Little guy, do you understand? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Junior understands. Also, Nianqing has the innate demon body. She's peerless, but because of that, there are many people who covet her. With your current cultivation, you're too weak. Can you protect Nianqing? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect continued. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect's meaning was obvious. His cultivation was too weak. Master, Lu Ming and I have been through life and death situations together. I believe that Lu Ming will definitely rise. He won't let others hurt me, Xianxia said. Silly boy, you're too naive. How can the divine wilderness continent be compared to the Yuan continent? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect said. But, Master, Xianxia wanted to say more. Nianqing. Lu Ming interrupted Xianxia and said, Nianqing, Senior is right. The Yuan continent is countless times larger than the divine wilderness continent. My cultivation level is indeed too low in the Yuan continent, so I can't give you too much of a guarantee. However, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. When I reach the clouds one day, I will truly be free and unfettered in the world. So, Nianqing, you should cultivate well in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. In the future, I'll travel the world with you. This was what Lu Ming truly felt. Ever since he had come to the Yuan continent, Lu Ming had realized how insignificant he was. In the divine desolate continent, a martial emperor was a high and mighty overlord. However, in the Yuan continent, martial emperors were the most common existence. They could even be said to be ants. True experts were as common as clouds in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming had even seen a true great emperor before. That was truly terrifying. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the world could one truly be free and unfettered in the world and not be controlled by others. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with heroic spirit. His goal wasn't the Sage Realm or even the Great Emperor Realm, but the pinnacle of the world. An indescribable confidence flowed out from Lu Ming's body. What an arrogant young man. I'll wait for the day when you reach the clouds. Go. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master waved his hand and said, Master, I'd like to send Lu Ming off. Xianxia said, All right. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master nodded and took a step forward, disappearing from sight. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Silly girl, I'm here to see you. After seeing you, I'm going to leave. I can't possibly stay in the Sky Universe Demon Sect forever. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and laughed. Moreover, the Sky Universe Demon Sect isn't far from the Divine Dragon Valley. If I have time, I'll come and see you again. Lu Ming continued. Xianxia nodded gently and held Lu Ming's hand as they walked out of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Very soon, they were out of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xianxia was still reluctant to part with Lu Ming. She wanted to send Lu Ming for a while longer. Just like that, the two of them strolled in the air at a steady pace. Just like that, half a day passed. Xiaoqing, you should go back. If you continue to send me off, we'll reach the Divine Dragon Valley. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, don't blame Master. Xianxia said softly. But before she could finish her words, Lu Ming had already pressed his lips against hers. The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if they were about to fuse together. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them finally separated. You don't have to say anything. I know that you have to trust me. I'll definitely dominate this world in the future. When that time comes, no one will stop us. Lu Ming smiled and took out a black bracelet for Xianxia to wear. It was the bracelet that Lu Ming had obtained from the Great Emperor's mystic realm. A sacred weapon? Xianxia muttered as her eyes reddened. Silly girl, go back. I'm leaving. Lu Ming kissed Xianxia's forehead and turned to leave. Lu Ming, I'll also work hard on my cultivation. When you're at the peak, I'll accompany you. A faint voice could be heard as Xianxia turned around and headed back to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Swoosh! Lu Ming extended his body and broke through the void, allowing the wind to blow on his face. I'll definitely dominate the world in the future. Lu Ming roared, his voice echoing for thousands of miles. It would be a lie to say that he felt comfortable during his trip to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Forget about the younger generation. In the end, even Xianxia's master had appeared. Although his words were not sharp, his attitude was obvious. Lu Ming was too weak and was not worthy of Xianxia. He had to stay away from Xianxia as much as possible. This was the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master's intention. Before coming to Yuanlu, Lu Ming had not expected that Xianxia would be chosen by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master and be accepted as a pro-disciple. She had even become the saintess of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. As a result, there were some disturbances between them. Lu Ming held back his anger. However, he also knew that the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master was right. His cultivation was still too weak. Now that he was with Xianxia, he couldn't be free and unfettered. If a martial emperor at the peak of the martial king realm coveted Xianxia, what could he do? Strength. Everything still depended on strength. He needed to be strong. Ever since he had established the Dragon Alliance, dominated the divine wilderness continent and killed D.E. Lu Ming had relaxed a little. Although his pursuit of the martial Tao had not changed, he did not feel as pressured as before. Without pressure, he lacked the courage to move forward. Now, there was another strong pressure coming from his body. Whoosh! Lu Ming cut through the void and moved forward rapidly. He passed by the vast land in a flash, heading in the direction of the divine Dragon Valley. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart tightened. He felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back and wrapped around Lu Ming. Whoosh! In the sky, a demonic saber seemed to break through the heavens and earth as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! The demonic saber slashed the black wings. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mountain and was sent flying. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, Lu Ming stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. Chapter 1479. 6 figures with terrifying auras intertwined with one another, sealing off Lu Ming's escape route. 5 7th-layer martial dominators and 1 6th-layer martial dominator. Lu Ming's eyes widened. One of them was a young man with long hair and a demonic saber on his back. He looked like a young demon god with a ferocious aura. He was a 6th-layer martial dominator. As for the other 5, their appearances could not be seen clearly as they were covered in a pitch-black demonic glow. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky. These 5 people were all 7th-layer martial dominators. The Empyrean Demon Sect really thinks highly of me. Lu Ming stared at the young man with sharp eyes. That saber strike just now was from this young man. He was a terrifying genius. You think you can leave after injuring a genius of the Empyrean Demon Sect and blaspheming our saintess? You're too naive. The young man spoke with a cold, murderous intent. The Empyrean Demon Sect is one of the top 13 factions in the Tsang continent. Is this all you've got? You're sending experts to hunt me down because you can't defeat your peers? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Since you're dead, no one will know about this. The young man's face remained cold and calm. He took a step forward toward Lu Ming. Each step he took caused a powerful pressure to press down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. Lu Ming, I'll give you a chance. Give me your cultivation technique, and I might spare your life. The young man spoke with a hint of greed in his eyes. He had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Jin Yu at the Empyrean Demon Sect. Lu Ming had defeated Jin Yu's 5th-grade domain with a 2nd-grade domain. He was curious about Lu Ming's cultivation technique to have such a terrifying domain. Oh, you want my cultivation method? Sure, but tell me one question. Who sent you here? Lu Ming asked. The young man's eyes flashed. Then, he sneered, I'm the one who wants to kill you. All right, speak. Kill. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly roared and charged at the youth. His black wings flapped, bringing with him a gust of wind that swept towards the youth. His 2 wings were like 2 heavenly blades that slashed at the youth. You're courting death, the young man said coldly. The demonic saber on his back did not leave its scabbard. Instead, he used his palm as a saber and slashed out. A shocking demonic blade appeared and slashed forward. Dong! The demonic saber slashed at the black wings, causing them to vibrate violently. Lu Ming's body retreated like a cannonball. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. Without a doubt, this young man was a top-notch Heaven's favorite with shocking battling capabilities. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th-layer martial dominator realm, his strength could easily kill a 7th-layer martial dominator or even an 8th-layer martial dominator. Lu Ming was no match for him. Don't attack. Seal off the area. I'll kill him, said the young man coldly. He stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Whoosh! The young man lashed out with his palm, causing a terrifying demonic saber to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and a shield appeared. It became extremely large and blocked in front of him. Clang! The demonic saber slashed at the shield, causing it to vibrate violently. The shield and Lu Ming were both sent flying by the impact. Sacred weapon. Another sacred weapon. You have quite a lot of treasures on you. Unfortunately, you're a piece of trash. What a waste of treasures. I'll keep them for you in the future. Remember, the one who killed you is Mo, he from the demon sect. The greed in the young man's eyes grew stronger as his aura grew stronger. He waved his hand, causing the demonic saber to appear on his back. A terrifying saber glow stirred the wind. Attack! Lu Ming suddenly let out a roar. He flapped his wings and charged at Mo, he like a black bolt of lightning. Mo's eyes turned cold. He was about to slash out with his saber when a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body was frozen in place. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 5 sealed doors appeared around Mo, he and pressed down on him. Break for me! Mo, he roared as his demonic aura erupted. The demonic saber transformed into a shocking saber glow that bombarded the transparent bubble. The transparent bubble rumbled and shook violently. It only lasted for a breath of time before it shattered. As the transparent bubble shattered, the 5 sealed doors pressed down on Mo. Slash! Mo struggled with all his might. The saber glow tore through the air, and the 5 sealed doors were broken one by one. However, Lu Ming had already appeared not far from Mo. Divine sword art. Lu Ming shot out 2 rays of black light from his eyes. They were like 2 divine swords that shot into Mo's body and into his spiritual spirit. Mo's spiritual spirit trembled, and his aura became unstable. Primal chaos, flipping sky seal. Lu Ming roared. In the sky, a huge primal chaos seal pressed down on Mo, he like an ancient divine mountain, bringing with it terrifying waves of chi. Even Mo's pupils shrank. He couldn't ignore this power. Break! Mo, he roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic saber that soared into the sky. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal collided heavily with the demonic saber, creating a shocking boom. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Watch me, Dandan shouted as she flew out. She flew above the primal chaos flipping sky seal, and her body grew rapidly. Dense inscriptions appeared on her body. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a tortoise-shaped mountain that stepped heavily on the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! The weight of the primal chaos flipping sky seal instantly increased. The saber glow that Mo he had turned into shattered. The primal chaos flipping sky seal continued to press down on Mo. Mo he roared as he raised his palms and struck the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal was penetrated, but Mo's body also fell like a meteorite because of this force. As Mohertz descended, there was a gap in the encirclement that they had formed around Lu Ming. Chirp, chirp, bubbles chirped as a space-time passage appeared. Lu Ming rushed into the void passage with Dandan and Bubbles and appeared thousands of miles away. Then, he flapped his black wings and flew forward rapidly. Swoosh! Mo he soared into the sky again. His eyes were filled with shocking flames as he roared furiously. Chase after him! Swoosh! 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 Mo he and the other 5 LV-7 Martial Royal Realm experts turned into 6 beams of demonic light and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of primordial stones and swallowed them to recover his true essence. At the same time, he increased his speed to the maximum and flew away quickly. He knew that the blow just now could not do anything to Mo at all. Mo's combat strength was too strong. Just now, it was because Mo had underestimated his opponent that Lu Ming had taken him by surprise. He had used Dandan and Bubbles to launch a series of attacks. In the end, he had used the primal chaos flipping sky seal, Dandan's power, and the divine sword art to send Mo flying. However, he should not be able to hurt Mo. Chapter 1480. 7 streaks of black light streaked across the sky like 7 bolts of lightning. Although Lu Ming had the black wings and the air-frozen bead, he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation was too low. He and the other 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts unleashed their true chi and chased after Lu Ming relentlessly. Soon, they had flown a long distance, but the distance between the two sides did not increase, nor did they get closer. Bubble. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. The bubble buzzed and opened up a space-time passageway. Lu Ming flew in and appeared thousands of miles away the next moment, widening the distance between them. Damn it, you want to run? It's not that easy. He roared and waved his hand, and a treasure flew out. It was a space-breaking shuttle. As soon as it flew out, it grew in the wind and soon became hundreds of meters long. Get on, He shouted. The other 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts flew onto the space-breaking shuttle. Whoosh! The space-breaking shuttle shone and flew out at an astonishing speed. It was much faster than their flying speed and was quickly approaching Lu Ming. Oh no! Lu Ming's expression changed. The space-breaking shuttle was too fast. It was a tool used by the martial arts experts of the Yuan land to travel. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He flew with all his strength, but the space-breaking shuttle behind him was still closing in. After a while, Lu Ming had to ask Bubble to open a space-time passage again to increase the distance between the two sides. Boy, let's see how long you can run. In the space-breaking shuttle, He's eyes were cold. Just like that, half a day passed. This can't go on. Lu Ming frowned. If this continued, Bubble would not be able to take it and would run out of energy. When that time came, he would not have a second chance to escape. A large river appeared in front of them. The strange thing was that the water of the river was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. On the other side of the river was a black world. Black soil, black rocks, and even black flowers and trees. Separated by a river, it was like 2 different worlds. It was extremely strange. However, Lu Ming was only taken aback for a moment. He did not stop at all and simply flew over. He flew over the river and flew toward the strange black world. Whoosh! Not long after Lu Ming flew over the river, the space-breaking shuttle appeared, but it did not continue flying. Instead, it stopped in front of the river. He and the other 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts flew out of the space-breaking shuttle. He put the shuttle away. This boy escaped into the Death Wasteland, the first of the 6 forbidden lands. Mo frowned as he looked at the world on the other side of the river, fear and dread in his eyes. The other 5 of the royal realm of the forbidden of the royal realm. Of the 6 of the forbidden of the forbidden of the forbidden land wasteland. As for the wasteland of death, it was even more terrifying. It was the leader of the 6 great forbidden grounds. No one knew when it came into existence, only that it had existed for a very long time. Legend had it that a great emperor had entered the wasteland of death a very long time ago, but had eventually retreated in fear. Of the Ming was of danger. Young Master Mohi, what should we do now? A black-robed man asked. Go after him and kill him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Mohi said coldly. He was full of confidence. He had brought 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts to kill Lu Ming. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to escape. However, Lu Ming had escaped. Moreover, he had escaped from his hands. How was he going to account for this when he returned? Therefore, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He had to kill Lu Ming. Go after him. The faces of the 5 7th-layer martial dominator realm experts turned incredibly unpleasant. Yes, and it's you guys. Hurry up, or I won't be able to see that kid anymore. You guys should know who gave the order this time. If that kid escapes, I'll be fine when I get back, but you guys should know the consequences. Mohi said coldly. The faces of the 5 7th-layer martial royal realm experts darkened. They exchanged glances with one another, before clenching their teeth and turning into 5 demonic rays. They dashed across the river and chased after Lu Ming. Kid, you're just an ant. You should listen to fate and be an ant, but you insisted on coming to the heavenly demonic sect. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I have no choice but to make you disappear. Emohi glanced at the dark world and said coldly. Lu Ming continued to fly at a rapid pace after crossing the river. The terrain below was extremely complicated, filled with potholes and jagged rocks of strange shapes. Furthermore, these rocks were all black in color. Giant ancient trees grew on the ground. However, these ancient trees were completely black. Their trunks and branches were twisted together, resulting in an eerie sight. Furthermore, the further they flew, the larger and taller the trees became. Black ancient trees over a few hundred meters tall could be seen everywhere. At that instant, Lu Ming discovered 5 people chasing after him. These fellows really won't leave me alone. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of over 10,000 li. However, they were still in the dark world, which seemed to be boundless. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a huge shadow looming over him, causing him to raise his head. With a glimpse, Lu Ming's eyes widened. High up in the sky, an incomparably huge bird had appeared out of nowhere. The giant bird had a strange appearance. It had 2 heads and a pitch-black body. Its eyes were red like burning flames. Most importantly, it was too huge. When it spread its wings, it covered the entire sky like a stormy cloud, shrouding Lu Ming and the 5 7th-layer martial royal realm experts in its shadow. Squawk! The giant eagle uttered a cry all of a sudden. A shocking force burst out from its mouth, encapsulating one of the 7th-layer martial royal realm experts. No! The 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert let out a terrified cry as he lost control of his body and flew toward the giant bird's mouth. Following this, he was swallowed by the giant bird like an ant. Lu Ming was astounded. A 7th-layer martial royal realm expert had no chance against the giant bird, who had been devoured instantly. The giant bird's strength was utterly terrifying. Squawk! The giant bird uttered a cry and scanned Lu Ming and the remaining 4 7th-layer martial royal realm experts with its sharp gaze. Shit! Lu Ming was startled as he immediately dove into the ground. The ground was covered with ancient black trees, which were able to block the giant bird's sight, allowing them to escape. At the same time, the 4 7th-level martial emperors also swooped down and dashed into the ancient black tree behind Lu Ming. As expected, as soon as they dove into the ground, the giant bird uttered a cry and scanned its surroundings. It did not continue its attack, but soared into the sky instead. These guys really don't want to give up. Lu Ming realized that the 4 7th-level martial emperors behind him were still chasing after him. They were running at high speed in the Black Forest. Bang! Chapter 1481. They did not dare to fly in the sky due to the terrifying presence of the giant bird. They could only run on the ground. The ground here was also extremely strange. It was full of potholes, as if it had been corroded by something. It was extremely strange. Those black ancient trees were rooted in this kind of ground. Behind them, the remaining 4 7th-layer martial dominator realm experts continued to chase after Lu Ming at a shocking pace. Lu Ming had no choice but to flee. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert. He might even be killed, let alone 4 7th-layer martial dominators. A cry of agony could be heard behind him all of a sudden. Lu Ming subconsciously turned around and saw a 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert stepping on a pile of black mud. The mud immediately emitted a black gas. The expert let out a cry of agony as he was struck by the black gas. Following this, under the astounded gaze of the others, his body was corroded and turned into a pile of mud. Oh my God, what the hell is this place? Lu Ming yelled in his heart as his face was covered in a cold sweat. A 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert had died after stepping on a pile of black mud. Lu Ming had also stepped on the same pile of mud. Luckily, he had not stepped on it. This place was full of danger. The remaining 3 7th-layer martial dominators wore terrified expressions, but they continued to chase after Lu Ming. There's something wrong with these people. Why are they so desperate and unwilling to give up chasing after me? Lu Ming was confused. If he was jealous of Xianxia and wanted to get rid of him, there was no need for him to be so desperate. He should have stopped long ago in such a dangerous place. Could it be that they were ordered to chase after him by some authority of the heavenly demonic sect? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Not long after, they had covered a distance of over 1,000 li. The terrain ahead of them became more complicated with many mountains and valleys. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard coming from a huge valley. Then, Lu Ming saw a group of majestic black bulls rush out of the canyon and charge towards them. These black bulls had majestic physiques. Most of them were 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Their bodies were pitch black, as if they were made of iron. Their eyes were blood red, similar to the giant eagle from before. Among them, there were some who were even larger. They were 4 meters tall, or even 5 meters tall. Moo! Moo! As soon as these black bulls appeared, they roared loudly and spread out, charging towards Lu Ming and the others. Moo! A 3-meter-tall black bull appeared on the right side of Lu Ming. Its 2 horns were like 2 blades as it charged towards Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming's body swayed, avoiding the black bull's charge, and punched out. Bang! The punch landed on the black bull's body and sent it flying. The black bull's strength was equivalent to a first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. It had no chance of stopping Lu Ming. It was sent flying a few hundred meters by Lu Ming's punch and slammed into the wall of a mountain. Gravel flew everywhere. Then, the black bull shook its head and stood up again. So tough. Lu Ming was shocked. Although he had not used his full strength, an ordinary first-layer martial dominator would have died after being hit by the punch. However, this black bull seemed to be perfectly fine. Moo! Moo! After Lu Ming sent the first black bull flying, 2 more black bulls charged forward. The strength of these 2 black bulls was even more shocking. They had both reached the 2nd-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches, sending the 2 black bulls flying. However, similar to the previous one, they only shook their heads and stood up as if nothing had happened. Their bones were as tough as steel. Furthermore, there were more black bulls charging out from the valley. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, but there were still more coming out. The weakest among these black bulls was at the 1st-layer martial dominator realm. The stronger ones were at the 2nd-layer and 3rd-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming even saw a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Rumble! The black bulls stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Kill! Piss off! The 3 experts of the Empyrean Demon sect were also fighting against the black bulls. A black saber glow exploded, sending the black bulls flying. The weakest ones finally had their defenses broken and were slashed in half, causing black blood to flow out. Moo! Moo! The black bulls became even more furious, as if they were stimulated by the blood. Most of them charged toward the 3 experts of the Empyrean Demon sect. Some of them were at the 6th-layer martial dominator realm. The 3 experts of the Empyrean Demon sect joined forces and slowly approached Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming was also surrounded by a group of black bulls. The strongest one among them was at the 5th-layer martial dominator realm. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out a punch at the head of the 5th-layer martial dominator realm black bull. His body shuddered as he was knocked a few steps backward, feeling his fist going numb. Such a shocking strength. Each of these black bulls possessed a shocking strength. Let's go. Lu Ming executed the wind element technique and tapped on the head of one of the black bulls, causing his figure to dash forward. However, the black bulls did not give up and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Some of the black bulls even shot out beams of black light toward Lu Ming from their horns. Lu Ming spread his black wings and blocked the black rays from his back. Moo! At that instant, a shocking roar could be heard coming from a valley, causing the ground to tremble as a giant bull with a shocking physique charged out. This black bull was at least 10 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It was like a small hill, exuding an incomparably shocking aura. Moo! The black bull charged toward the 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect as soon as it came out. The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect were powerful and filled with demonic chi. Naturally, they were more attractive than Lu Ming. Bang! The giant black bull kicked the ground and instantly covered a distance of a few thousand meters. It was like a small hill as it charged toward one of the experts. Oh no! The expert's expression changed drastically as he slashed at the giant black bull with a shocking demonic saber. However, the giant black bull did not seem to see it and charged forward. The demonic saber shattered, and the giant black bull crashed into the expert of the Empyrean demon sect. The expert screamed as he was sent flying. He crashed into dozens of ancient black trees and lost all signs of life. He had been killed by the collision. The strength of this black bull was shocking. The other 2 experts fled in all directions in fear. Moo! The giant black bull roared, and the horns on its head lit up. 2 rays of black light flew out like 2 demonic sabers and slashed at the 2 experts of the Empyrean demon sect. The 2 experts used their demonic sabers to block, but they both groaned and were sent flying. Blood spurted from their mouths as they were drowned by the black bulls. Only a few demonic sabers could be seen flashing before they became weaker and weaker. At that moment, the giant black bull looked at Lu Ming and roared as it charged toward Lu Ming. Nestle. Chapter 1482. Seeing that Lu Ming had escaped, the giant black bull roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast his movement technique and continued moving forward. After some time, Lu Ming realized that there were fewer and fewer black ancient trees in the area. However, there were wisps of black mist floating between the heavens and the earth. Sizzle, his protective true origin, was sizzling. The black mist was corroding his true origin. Lu Ming hurriedly used the chaotic domain to cover his body and block the black mist around him. However, the black mist was extremely shocking. When it stuck to the chaotic domain, even the chaotic domain was sizzling. What was even more shocking was that even the black feather wings were the same. When the black feather wings were adhered to by the black mist, it also emitted a corroding sound. It could even corrode the chaotic domain and sacred weapons. Lu Ming's face turned ugly, and he stopped. It was too dangerous to continue forward. It's actually this aura. On his shoulder, Dandan looked grave and bewildered. Dandan, this aura? What does it mean? Lu Ming asked. It's not from this world, Dandan said vaguely. Not from this world? Could it be from the heaven world? Lu Ming asked. No. Dandan shook his head and looked up into the distance without saying anything else. Rumble. Behind them, the earth rumbled and a giant black bull the size of a small hill appeared. Nestle, it's coming again. Do you have to do this? Lu Ming was really speechless. The 5 experts of the Sky Universe Demon Sect had died, but now, this giant black bull was relentlessly chasing after them. This giant was too powerful. It could easily kill a 7th-level Martial Royal Realm expert. Similarly, it could easily kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only brace himself and continue forward. The further he went, the thicker the black mist became. His primal chaos domain and black wings kept sizzling. After the giant black bull chased for a while, it suddenly stopped as if it was afraid. It let out a few cries, turned around, and ran away, disappearing from sight. That bull finally left. What's going on? It seems to be very scared. Lu Ming mumbled. Nonsense, of course he's scared. Kid, run quickly, go forward. Dandan shouted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, hissing sounds came from both sides. Then, Lu Ming saw 2 disgusting pythons crawling over. On the left and right sides, there was a giant python. These giant pythons had 3 heads, and their bodies were over 100 meters in diameter. They were incomparably huge. What was even more shocking was that his body was in tatters, with black liquid constantly flowing out. It was extremely horrifying. Lu Ming had never seen or heard of these giant pythons before. They were emitting an extremely evil aura, which was 10 times scarier than the giant black beast from before. Lu Ming finally knew why the giant black beast had fled all of a sudden. It was because of these two giant pythons. The giant pythons appeared and stared at Lu Ming with their crimson eyes. Run! Lu Ming sprinted forward without hesitation. Hiss, 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 when the two giant pythons saw Lu Ming running away. Their 3 heads uttered cries and twisted their bodies, chasing after Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Its body had a diameter of 100 meters. It was simply like 2 mountain ranges. In front of it, Lu Ming was like an ant. Lu Ming's black wings kept flapping. He ignored the black mist and continued to fly forward at a rapid pace. From time to time, he needed Bubbles' help to escape from the pursuit of the two giant pythons. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been swallowed by the two giant pythons. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding mist became thicker and thicker, and the corrosive power became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming had to escape while resisting the surrounding black mist, which consumed a lot of energy. At this time, Lu Ming was sweating all over and gasping for breath. Bubble was almost the same, lying on Lu Ming's body in exhaustion. What is this place? It's so strange. Am I, Lu Ming, going to die here today? Buried in the belly of a snake. No, I can't die here. I promised Xiaoqing that I would rise to the heavens with her. Lu Ming clenched his teeth. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and Ming Lian's second body appeared. He took a step forward, and dense inscriptions flashed. His main body entered the mountain-river diagram and devoured the origin stones to recover. After this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had fully recovered. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had advanced further, and he had already ignited 4 spirit lamps. The second body hurried on. After a period of time, when the second body's spirit flame was greatly exhausted, the main body appeared and continued to move forward. Hiss! At this time, the two giant pythons suddenly stopped and looked ahead. They seemed to be frightened, then turned around and slithered away. Lu Ming's heart began to turn cold. He thought of the giant bull from before. Could it be that he had entered the territory of an even more terrifying existence and scared the two giant pythons away? Lu Ming stood in place, not knowing where to go for a while. He now knew that this area was a forbidden area, full of danger. Lu Ming, continue to move forward. Dandan looked into the distance and said, "Continue to move forward? The further we go, the stronger the black mist is, and I don't know what terrifying existence there is." Lu Ming said. At this time, the black mist made his chaotic domain tremble. If this continued, Lu Ming would not be able to hold on for long. Lu Ming had already put away the black wings. Otherwise, they might be corroded. "Listen to me, that's right," Dandan said. "All right, I'll listen to you this time." Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took a big step forward. To Lu Ming's surprise, he continued to move forward without encountering any danger, nor did any strange beasts appear. After moving forward for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. His whole body seemed to be frozen. This was because Lu Ming saw an extremely shocking scene. In front of him, at an unknown distance, a towering ancient tree rose from the ground, piercing into the depths of the void. This ancient tree was too big, too tall, and too majestic. It was like the legendary world tree, as tall as the sky. On the branches, there was a great Tao aura lingering, incomparably mysterious. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that it was actually a Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, a fully mature one. Legend had it that a long time ago, many peak powerhouses would have a Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree beside them. And here, Lu Ming actually saw a fully mature Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. And under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was extremely tall and majestic. Just sitting there cross-legged, the top of his head broke into the sky. There were clouds lingering around his body, and his figure was even taller than a towering mountain. How could there be such a majestic figure? Chapter 1483. It's him. It's really him. He didn't die in the battle back then. Dandan exclaimed. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Dandan knew this figure? Dandan, do you know him? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. He was now sure that the two giant pythons had retreated because of this figure. In the depths of this terrifying forbidden area, there was a mature Enlightenment ancient tree. Under the Enlightenment ancient tree, there was a majestic figure sitting cross-legged. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Moreover, Dandan seemed to know him. Nonsense. I'd recognize this guy even if he turned into ashes. Dandan muttered, its face full of anger. Could it be that he's Dandan's opponent? Dandan is one of the top 10 battle beasts. What kind of terrifying existence is this majestic figure? Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. Chirp, chirp. Bubble chirped and looked curiously at the figure. Whoosh! At this moment, the majestic figure suddenly opened its eyes. Two bright rays of light shot out from its eyes, like two peerlessly sharp divine swords, as if they were going to split the world in half. The majestic figure's gaze first fell on Bubble, then on Dandan, and finally on Lu Ming. Being swept by this gaze, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure all over his body. He could not even breathe properly. It was as if his body had been penetrated. Strong, too strong. There was only one thought in Lu Ming's mind. This figure didn't release any shocking aura. It just glanced at Lu Ming casually, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was facing the entire Great Thousand Universe, and he couldn't summon any thoughts of resistance. Lu Ming had a feeling that the figure could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the void in the distance, full of tyrannical intent. That is, Lu Ming finally shifted his gaze from the tree of enlightenment and the towering figure to the depths of the void. There a huge hole seemed to have been torn open in space. An incomparably huge, pitch-black hole quietly floated in the air. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to the abyss of hell. And that terrifying roar came from that abyss-like hole. Roar! Roar! Then, the roars came one after another, getting louder and louder, more and more shocking. The sound formed a terrifying sound wave that rushed out, causing Lu Ming's primal chaos domain to tremble violently. Lu Ming's body also trembled violently, continuously retreating, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying sound! Lu Ming and the hole were separated by an unknown distance. The sound that came out of the hole was actually able to injure Lu Ming. At that moment, the majestic figure stood up. As soon as he stood up, his figure became even more majestic, standing as tall as the sky. The majestic figure flicked his finger slightly. An ray of light flew towards Lu Ming and the others, forming a light curtain that blocked Lu Ming and the others. That terrifying sound immediately disappeared. The majestic figure was actually protecting them. It seemed that he was really an old acquaintance of Dandan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Roar! The roar shook the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. Two tentacles suddenly stretched out of the pitch-black hole. These two tentacles were incomparably huge, like two octopus tentacles, pitch black. The two tentacles stretched out and pressed on both sides of the huge hole, as if trying to support the larger figure behind it. Slash! The majestic figure coldly spat out a word, and the world rumbled as if it had been blessed by the great Tao. Two terrifying sabers slashed towards the two tentacles. But at that moment, two more pitch-black tentacles stretched out of the pitch-black hole, curling towards the two sabers. With two bangs, the two sabers were destroyed. Bang! Bang! The majestic figure stepped out. His eyes were like lightning, and his body was surrounded by endless light, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was surrounding him. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of realm was this? When the body moved, the great Tao moved. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was his weapon and slave. This realm was already incredible, reaching an unimaginable level. Boom! Boom! The majestic figure threw out 2 punches in a row. The 2 pitch-black tentacles directly exploded. An endless black liquid flew in all directions and scattered on the ground. Within the black liquid, wisps of black mist were emitted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the pitch-black world, the black mist, and the black mud were formed by the explosion of these tentacles? Roar! The tentacles were broken, and angry roars came from the pitch-black hole. The terrifying sound waves caused the void where the majestic figure was to collapse and turn into chaos. The terrifying sound waves passed through endless distance and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he felt his blood boil. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, was also sent flying. Damn it, this guy's definitely doing it on purpose. Since he wants to protect us, why didn't he completely isolate the sound waves and let some of them in? This guy is doing it on purpose. He's jealous of me, Dandan shouted, staring hatefully at the majestic figure in the distance. Roar! Roars continued to be heard from the hole, and a huge head appeared in the hole. The head was covered in scales, and there were 3 eyes in the middle of its brows. 3 eyes. Lu Ming could not help but think of the 3-eyed divine tribe that he met on a small island in the Heaven Realm in the War of Providence. The huge head appeared, and the 3rd eye in the middle of its brows shot out a destructive light toward the majestic figure. The majestic figure punched out and destroyed the destructive light. At this time, a few more tentacles stretched out from the hole and pressed around the hole. The huge figure seemed to want to crawl out. Go back! The majestic figure shouted, and his voice rumbled. He punched out, and the world was annihilated by the fist energy. The tentacles that were pressing around the hole all exploded one by one. Black liquid scattered across the vast land, and some of it even sprayed toward Lu Ming and the others. Fortunately, the majestic figure had set up a light shield for them, which blocked the black liquid. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for Lu Ming and the others. Kill! At this time, the majestic figure roared and stepped out, rushing directly into the dark hole. Boom! Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar in the pitch-black hole. The void collapsed directly. Lu Ming looked through the collapsed void and saw the scene inside. It was an incomparably huge figure covered in scales. It was somewhat similar to the 3-eyed divine tribe that he saw before. However, its size was many times bigger than the 3-eyed divine tribe. Moreover, there were 8 huge pitch-black tentacles on its back, which looked extremely ferocious. This figure held 2 huge axes in its hands and engaged in a fierce battle with the majestic figure. The majestic figure was strengthened by the great Tao, and its combat strength was astonishing. The 2 of them kept colliding, and the void kept collapsing. Chapter 1484. The towering figure and the ferocious creature fought in the extraterritorial starry sky. However, Lu Ming could still see it clearly. Through the collapsing void, he could vaguely see 2 figures fighting in the extraterrestrial starry sky. It was as though they were projected. It was very fascinating. The 2 huge figures fought in the extraterritorial starry sky, and the space was collapsing. Moo! Suddenly, the towering figure roared into the sky and turned into a huge heavenly bull. Its 2 horns were like 2 divine blades. The body of the towering figure was actually a huge heavenly bull. The heavenly bull stepped in the air, and every step it took caused the space to collapse. Moo! The heavenly bull roared, and the space became chaotic. Lu Ming even saw the stars in the extraterritorial starry sky explode like fireworks. Lu Ming gasped. It was too terrifying. A roar could cause the stars to explode. How terrifying was that? Could a person's strength really reach such a level? Lu Ming had a feeling that given the combat power of the towering figure, he could completely flatten a continent like the divine wilderness in one move. One move, and the divine wilderness would disappear from the world. Such strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Is this the strength of a great emperor? But even Emperor Song and Master Miahun weren't this terrifying. Lu Ming muttered, "Kid, what do you know? Even though we're both great emperors, our strength is worlds apart. When I was at my peak, I could kill a bunch of ordinary great emperors with one slap." Dandan said arrogantly. Lu Ming was skeptical of Dandan's words. Lu Ming believed that although they were both great emperors, there was a great disparity in their combat abilities. However, ordinary great emperors weren't that weak. When he saw Emperor Tsong and Master Miahun, they were severely injured and had fought against each other for 60,000 years. They were extremely weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Emperor Tsong to turn the situation around with just a lightning cauldron. If Emperor Tsong and Master Miahun were at their peak, they would definitely be terrifying. The heavenly bull roared and shattered the stars. It also caused the tentacles behind the three-eyed being to explode. Then, the heavenly bull stepped in the air, and its two horns turned into two heavenly blades. Two black blade marks appeared in the extraterritorial starry sky. From afar, it looked like the entire extraterritorial starry sky had been split. The three-eyed being roared and held two battle axes to fight against the two heavenly blades. The extraterritorial starry sky was destroyed. If that terrifying attack landed on the ground, it would definitely cause the heavens and earth would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying existences had exchanged more than 10 blows. But in the end, the heavenly bull was. The heavenly bull stomped through the air, smashing through all of the opponent's defenses. It smashed into the opponent's body, causing a huge hole to appear. Then, the heavenly blade formed by the bull's horns slashed down, cutting off the opponent's head. Sky, sky, sky. Bull, sky, 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 bull. Sky, 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 sky. Moo. In sky, 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 sky. Moo. The heavenly bull roared once more. The three-eyed being finally couldn't take it anymore. Its entire body exploded in the void. But even so, the other party was still not dead. Two huge arms, holding the giant axe, continued to slash at the heavenly bull. The shattered flesh and the severed head were wriggling rapidly. They were quickly gluing themselves back together, trying to restore themselves. How could the heavenly bull allow the other party to succeed? He stepped forward, his entire body shining. This was the result of the great Tao being added to his body. Terrifying great Tao laws surrounded the other party, starting to refine him. Chi, the flesh and blood of the three-eyed being seemed to be immersed in flames. It was constantly being refined, turning into black smoke and dissipating. You can't stop my world. You are just a defeated general, struggling at death's door. The head that had been cut off let out a roar, and the third eye on its forehead even shot out a destructive beam of light to attack the heaven beetle, but it was destroyed by the heaven beetle. The heaven realm is about to be destroyed, and the primordial realm will not be spared either. All of you are just struggling at death's door. Wait until the primordial realm opens up a path, and the army will destroy all of you. The head let out another roar. Pucci. Two heavenly blades slashed down, splitting the huge head in half. The great Tao laws condensed, and the three-eyed being turned into black smoke and dissipated. My world, my race, will avenge me. After a few hours, when the last voice was heard, the three-eyed being was finally completely refined. The huge heavenly bull once again transformed into a human form. He took a step forward and reappeared under the tree of enlightenment. An earth-shattering battle had come to an end, but that kind of shock made Lu Ming's heart tremble, and he could not calm down. Such an existence should be the pinnacle of the world, right? It was true that with a thought, heaven and earth would collapse, and with a rage, millions of corpses would fall. It was unbelievably powerful. TSK, this old bull can't take it anymore. It took so long to kill such an opponent. It seems that it was also badly injured in the battle back then. Dandan muttered, making Lu Ming's eyelids twitch. Such terrifying combat strength was still not enough? Hey, old bull, long time no see, did you miss me? Dandin shouted at the towering figure. The towering figure looked at Dandin and said in a booming voice, "You old tortoise, you're still alive. You're quite lucky. Ha ha! Even an old bull like you isn't dead yet. Who am I? How can I die so easily? Old bull, it's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you give me a greeting gift? What emperor medicine? Give me 100 or so stocks. Or emperor weapons." Dandin laughed. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really greedy. However, Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. He thought that if the towering figure really gave Dandin a few stocks of emperor medicine, he must find a way to get some. The towering figure seemed to smile. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light flew through the air. However, the ball of light did not fly to Dandin, but to the bubble. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the bubble. Before Lu Ming could see clearly what it was, Bubbles opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of light. It had a look of enjoyment on its face. "Time and space crystal. Old bull, you're really generous. What about me? Where are my treasures?" Dandin opened its eyes wide. "Go," the towering figure said. "Hey, wait, my treasures. You old bull, you're taking revenge on me for being more handsome than you." Dandin cursed loudly, jabbering on and on. The towering figure waved his hand, and an invisible force surged. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. Then he saw the scenery around him flashing past. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had already left the dark place and was standing on a mountain peak. Revenge, revenge. This old bull must be taking revenge. Damn it, he didn't give me anything. Chapter 1485. Heavy color? Lu Ming was speechless. Could it be that Bubble is a female? But it's only a few years old. Could it be Bubble's mother, the legendary space-time spirit mouse? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he was happy for Bubble. Looking at Eggy's appearance, the space-time crystal must be extraordinary. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped as its body emitted a milky white light. That light seemed real and illusory at the same time, as if it was shrouded in the law of space-time. It looked at Dandin proudly. This made Dandin so angry that even his shell turned green. "Dandin, who is that person? Why is he so powerful?" Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming speculated that the figure should be from the same era as Dandin, or even an expert of the same level. Could it be one of the top 10 war beasts? Who else could it be? You can tell from its size. It's one of the top 10 war beasts, the Titan longhorn beetle. It was my underling back then. Dandin curled its lips. As expected, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, revealing a shocked expression. He had come into contact with a few of the top 10 war beasts. His first bloodline, the 9 dragons. There was also Dandin, who called himself the world's divine turtle, the leader of the top 10. Of course, Lu Ming didn't take it seriously. There was also Bubble, the descendant of the space-time spirit mouse. There was also Long Chen's bloodline, the immemorial dragonesque elephant. But none of the war beasts he came into contact with were their original bodies. They either appeared in their bloodlines or were their descendants. As for Dandin, it had also undergone nirvana rebirth. As for the Titan longhorn beetle, it was the real original body. Although Dandin said that it wasn't at its peak and was injured, the real original body, the legendary one, had earth-shattering combat power. As for Dandin saying that the Titan longhorn beetle was his underling, Lu Ming directly ignored it. Dandin would die if he didn't brag. How many of the top 10 war beasts are still alive? Lu Ming muttered. Without a doubt, the top 10 war beasts were definitely the pinnacle of existence in the world. Every one of them was a taboo, one of a kind and one of a kind. Back then, the old space-time spirit mouse had died, and only then could a new one be born. I don't know either. Dandin showed a rare look of contemplation and solemnity, as if he was sighing with emotion. Chirp chirp, at this moment, Bubble cried out and pointed one of its claws forward. Lu Ming looked ahead. Mo! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The mountain where they had appeared was not far from the Death Wasteland. From afar, one could see the pitch-black river. Beside the river, Mo, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the wasteland of death. Humph, I have to think of a way to get rid of this person. Lu Ming revealed a cold, killing intent. This time, he was lucky to have survived. It could be said that it was full of danger. Lu Ming would definitely take revenge for this. Got it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and Ming Lian's second body appeared. Lu Ming's plan was very simple. He would let Ming Lian's second body inscribe a formation and kill Emohi. Ming Lian's second body took a step forward and appeared in a valley behind the mountain. He began to inscribe a formation. I'll help. Danon followed. How could he be left out when it came to killing people? As for Lu Ming, he restrained his aura and quietly approached the river. The river was very long, dividing the land into two. One side was the Death Wasteland, and the other side was normal land. Lu Ming quietly came to the side of the river and hid behind a huge rock. He was 100 miles away from Emohi. Lu Ming completely restrained his aura and quietly observed. I wonder how that kid is doing. Is he dead? Emohi looked at the Death Wasteland and frowned. Let's hope those guys can kill that kid and bring his corpse out. This time, he was ordered to bring people to kill Lu Ming. He was confident that he would bring back Lu Ming's body, but he did not expect that Lu Ming would escape into the Death Wasteland. He did not dare to go in, so he could only wait here. Time flew by quickly. Soon, a day had passed. Why haven't they come out yet? Did they all die in there? The Death Wasteland is very dangerous. Even Saint Realm experts will die in there. A great emperor once went in and came out with a grave expression. It's definitely dangerous inside. That kid has been in there for so long. He probably won't survive. I'll wait for another day. I'll wait for another day. Soon, another day passed. It seems that kid has died in there. Let's go back. He turned around and stepped into the air, intending to leave. As for the 5 7th level martial royal realm martial artists, they were just ants in his eyes. He did not care about them at all. He's leaving? The time is too short. However, I've engraved the formation for 2 days. It should be enough to kill him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Then he circulated his true origin. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Lu Ming slammed his palm on a boulder beside him. The boulder exploded with a bang. In the distance, Emohi, who was about to leave, was alerted and looked over. Lu Ming, you're not dead. Emohi's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily. Whoosh! Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to Emohi. He pretended that he had just rushed out of the Death Wasteland and was seriously injured as he flew into the distance. Want to run? Die! He shouted angrily and turned into a ray of demonic light, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. A pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. With a flap, he flew toward the mountain at lightning speed. When he was about to arrive, Lu Ming rushed into the canyon. As for his second body and Danon, they had hidden long ago. Emohi did not suspect anything and followed Lu Ming into the canyon. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Why aren't you running? Do you know that you can't run away? We're the people from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Emohi said coldly. Those pieces of trash are all dead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Trash indeed. You can't even kill a second-level martial royal realm ant like you. You deserve to die. Emohi said coldly. Demonic chi surged from his body and pressed toward Lu Ming. An ant? Then I'll show you the counterattack of an ant. Lu Ming smiled coldly and took a step forward. Buzz. The entire canyon was filled with dense inscriptions, and a large formation appeared. A killing formation? You came out long ago? When the formation appeared, Emohi's expression changed drastically. He finally understood that Lu Ming had come out long ago and set up a formation to lure him here. Kill! Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him and shouted. In the depths of the canyon, Ming Lian's second body waved his hands, and the formation lit up. Endless sword rays condensed and shot toward Emohi. You want to kill me with a formation? Dream on. Break! Emohi roared, and demonic chi surged from his body. It seemed like a demon god was roaring at the sky. Chapter 1486. The formation appeared, and the inscriptions shone. In the depths of the valley, the glabella of Ming Lian's second body shone with a golden light. Within the formation, golden sword rays condensed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden sword rays shot out from all directions, attacking Mo-he. Break, break, break. Mo-he looked up to the sky and roared. His body emitted a demonic light. The pitch-black demonic saber swept in all directions like an invincible demon god. Wherever the demonic saber passed, the golden sword chi collapsed. Not far away, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Mo-he's battle prowess is so strong. When I fought with him a few days ago, he didn't use his full strength. The battle prowess he displayed now was extremely shocking. Although it had only been 2 days, and the formation set up by Ming Lian's second body couldn't be too terrifying, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill an 8th-level martial king. But now it was blocked by Mo-he, a superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Mo-he's spiritual body should be a superior earth spiritual body. With such a physique, his battle prowess was self-evident and extremely shocking. In the entire Tsang Prefecture, there weren't many forces with a superior earth spiritual body. Each of them was a top genius and was invincible among those of the same level. Fighting against those of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. What's the use of a formation? Watch how I break your formation. Mo-he roared. His demonic saber was shocking. With a slash, countless golden sword rays collapsed. Boom! The demonic saber slashed at one side of the valley. The valley shook and collapsed. Its power was shocking. He wanted to break through the valley and destroy Lu Ming's formation. Hee, then I'll add another gift. At this time, Dandan had already left Ming Lian's second body and arrived on the shoulder of Lu Ming's main body. He grinned, and inscriptions flashed on his claws. Buzz! In the valley, another formation appeared. This was the formation set up by Dandan. When the formation appeared, it condensed into huge hammers that smashed toward Mo-he's head. Boom, boom, boom. As the hammer smashed down, Mo-he's devil's saber trembled. His body also trembled involuntarily, and he retreated a few steps. Then, an endless amount of sword chi pierced down, accompanied by a series of hammers. Mo-he's expression was grave as he slashed out with his saber. However, his saber was intercepted by the hammer, and under the continuous bombardment, it directly collapsed. Haha, smash, 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 smash this bastard. No, smash this bastard to death. Dandan shouted arrogantly as it waved its claws. Finally, Mo was completely suppressed, unable to retaliate. He could only passively defend. Whoosh, whoosh, sword chi swept out, and several of them almost chopped off Mo-he's head, leaving behind a bloody mark on his face. Fear flashed across Mo's face. Magic Night Mirror Go. A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. Then, a pitch-black ancient mirror flew out and floated above Mo-he's head. A ray of light fell down and enveloped Mo-he. The sword chi in the surroundings and the hammer smashed onto the light screen of the ancient mirror. The light screen shook, but it didn't break. A sacred artifact. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The ancient mirror that Mo-he used was a sacred artifact. Thinking about it, it was normal for a prodigy like Mo-he to have a sacred artifact to protect himself. With the sacred artifact protecting himself, Mo-he abandoned his own defense and focused on attacking. Boom, boom. The demonic saber swept out, and rays of saber light swept out in all directions, colliding with the golden sword chi and the hammer. The two arrays shook. Kill! Mo-he slowly charged in one direction, breaking through the sword chi and hammer as he slowly approached the exit of the canyon. If this continued, it was very likely that Mo-he would escape. It seems that I still underestimated the strength of this prodigy. This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Dandan Bubble Attack. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Then, The black wings on his back spread open. With a swoosh, he charged toward Imohi. As he charged, Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed hand seals. Primal Chaos, Flipping Sky Seal. A low roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. A large chaotic seal condensed above Imohi's head, bringing with it a terrifying fluctuation as it pressed down on Imohi. At the same time, Dandan flew out and rapidly grew. Just like before, it stepped on the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, making it even more terrifying. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal pressed down on Imohi with mountain-toppling momentum. Imohi's eyes narrowed. He knew the power of the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, so he roared. The pitch-black ancient mirror emitted boundless demonic light as it met the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion as the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal slammed into the pitch-black ancient mirror, creating a terrifying shockwave. By then, Lu Ming had already rushed to a spot not far from Imohi. Two black rays of light suddenly shot out from his eyes and shot toward Imohi. Divine Sword Art. The black light was like a divine sword that shot into Imohi's body and attacked his spiritual deity. Imohi's spiritual deity felt a tearing pain, and his aura became sluggish. The circulation of his quintessence also became sluggish. Right at that moment, Bubble launched an attack. Several space-time blades slashed out at Imohi. At the same time, the two arrays, Endless Golden Sword Chi, and the large hammer also bombarded Imohi. Boom! Boom! Imohi's body shook. Although he tried his best to block, his defense was broken by so many attacks. The scattered light from the black ancient mirror shattered with a bang. Slash! The black wings on Lu Ming's back were like heavenly blades that slashed at Imohi, wanting to cut him in half. Imohi's pupils shrank, and at the critical moment, he moved slightly to the side. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. Although Imohi had avoided death, he still couldn't completely avoid it. One of his arms was chopped off by the black wings. Arg! Imohi screamed miserably, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. With a furious roar, the blood from his severed arm flew toward the pitch-black ancient mirror. At this moment, the pitch-black ancient mirror shone brightly, emitting a dark red demonic light. A terrifying might rippled out from it. Lu Ming hurriedly used the black wings to shield his body. With the impact of this force, his body shook and he was sent flying out, crashing into the wall. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal finally ran out of power and collapsed. Dandan cried out as he was sent flying. The Golden Sword Chi and the large hammer formed by the array also collapsed. Lu Ming, I will remember this grudge. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. A furious roar came from Imohi's mouth. The black ancient mirror emitted a bloody light that wrapped around Imohi and rushed out of the array's range. He rushed out of the canyon and turned into a ray of bloody light that quickly fled. It's a pity that there wasn't enough time. The array's power isn't enough. Lu Ming looked in the direction Imohi had left with some regret. Chapter 1487. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he looked toward the valley. One of Imohi's arms was left there, and there was a storage ring on one of his fingers. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Imohi's severed arm was the one that had a storage ring on it. Driving his Jinyu in, Xianxia pulled Imohi's storage ring over to him and held it in his hand. At that moment, Ming Lian's second body walked out of the depths of the valley, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into Lu Ming's glabella. Ming Lian's second body was very rare and could be considered one of Lu Ming's trump cards. Not many people in Yuanlu knew about it. Therefore, Lu Ming would try his best not to expose him if he could. Therefore, Lu Ming made a mental note to get Ming Lian's second body to control the array in the depths of the canyon, just in case Imohi escaped. This way, Imohi would not know about Ming Lian's second body. In Yuanlu, experts were as common as clouds, and as many as rain. There were dangers everywhere. If he could keep a trump card, he might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Lu Ming had been through a lot of dangers along the way. He was very clear about this. Let's leave this place first. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew into the distance. It was not good to stay in this place for long. There might be experts from the Sky Universe Demon Sect coming later. He flew all the way, and very soon, he had flown a few million miles. At this moment, Lu Ming's speed slowed down. Lu Ming, stop for a moment. Dandan suddenly called out. Lu Ming stopped and asked Dandan what was the matter. Lu Ming, I'm going to take my leave. Dandan pondered for a moment and said. Lu Ming was stunned and said, You're leaving? Dandan nodded and said, In the past, the Divine Wilderness Continent was a godforsaken place with nowhere to go. But it's different here. There are danger zones and forbidden zones everywhere, but there are also fortuitous encounters everywhere. This is the place where I can move freely. I will rise against the heavens, and if I continue to stay here, I will soon be left behind by this little guy. In the end, Dandan glanced at Bubble. Lu Ming was speechless. Could it be that this guy wanted to leave because he was about to be left behind by Bubble? Lu Ming, you saw the battle between that creature and the Heavenly Bull, right? Although the Heavenly Bull was guarding that place, it was useless. There's more than one gap. The battle will come sooner or later. Moreover, it's earlier than I expected. When the time comes, the heavens and the earth will shatter and the world will be destroyed. Dandan's expression was solemn and her tone was heavy. Dandan, the battle that you always talk about, what's going on? Who is the enemy? Is it that three-eyed creature? What exactly is that three-eyed creature? Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Dandan shook her head and said, Your cultivation is too weak. I can't tell you for the time being. If I tell you, it will distract you. You only need to know that the enemies you will face in the future are the real enemies, the truly terrifying ones. Some of the enemies you're facing now are just child's play. That battle will be the pinnacle of the battle. It might also be the last battle. Based on the current situation, it won't be long before it arrives. Therefore, you should hurry up and improve your strength. I'm leaving. Dandan turned into a ray of light and rushed into the distance. However, in the next moment, Dandan flew back in a flash of light and looked at Lu Ming with a sly smile. Lu Ming, I'm about to leave. Aren't you going to give me some elixirs? Scram! Lu Ming threw out a slap, and Dandan disappeared into the horizon. Ah, Lu Ming, you heartless guy. Dandan's voice came from afar and disappeared without a trace. This guy. There was a hint of reluctance in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Dandan was unreliable, he had been following Lu Ming for so many years. He had been following Lu Ming ever since Lu Ming left the Scorching Sun Empire. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 years had passed. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant to leave now. However, Lu Ming also understood that Dandan was right. This guy would recover more slowly if he followed him. In a place like the Yuan continent, Dandan could recover faster if he was alone. Lu Ming wasn't worried about Dandan's safety. This guy was cunning and vicious. Moreover, he was experienced and knowledgeable. He would be fine. I have to find a place to meditate in seclusion, Lu Ming muttered. The scene of the battle between the Titan longhorn beetle and the three-eyed creature flashed in his mind from time to time. That scene was too shocking. The Titan longhorn beetle was imbued with the Great Path. Every move it made seemed to contain the truth of the world and the aura of the Great Path. Whenever Lu Ming thought about it, the chaotic domain seemed to tremble. However, Lu Ming also noticed that as time passed, the image of the Titan longhorn beetle in his mind became fainter and fainter. The aura of the Great Path and the stimulation of the Great Path also became fainter and fainter. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared. Therefore, Lu Ming wanted to find a place to meditate in seclusion immediately. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Lu Ming flapped his black wings and left the place. An hour later, Lu Ming found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. The scene of the battle between the Titan longhorn beetle and the three-eyed creature kept replaying in his mind. Lu Ming's understanding of the chaotic domain deepened rapidly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this time, the chaotic domain spread out from Lu Ming's body in all directions. The area it covered was twice as big as before. In this half a month, the chaotic domain had improved rapidly. Now it had broken through and reached the third level. The third level of the chaotic domain. At this time, Lu Ming still had the image of the battle between the Titan longhorn beetle and the three-eyed creature, but it was very faint. Moreover, he couldn't sense the aura of the Great Path at all. However, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. If he had cultivated normally, Lu Ming's chaotic domain would have needed at least 1 or 2 years to break through to the third level. Now, it had only taken him half a month to break through to the third level. It was a great achievement. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the early stage of the second-layer martial royal realm. However, it was much easier to improve his cultivation after the breakthrough of the chaotic domain. At this time, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was Mo He's storage ring. During this time, Lu Ming had been focused on comprehending and didn't have time to open it. After breaking Moa's brand on the storage ring, Lu Ming scanned it with his spiritual senses. He could see everything in the storage ring at a glance. There were tens of millions of middle-grade origin stones. Lu Ming had made a lot of money. There were also other spiritual herbs and materials. Lu Ming only took a quick glance. There are also several martial emperor spiritual weapons. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on a blue crystal clear battle sword. This crystal battle sword was filled with a powerful aura. It was a sacred weapon. There seemed to be water flowing on it. It was a water-based sacred weapon. Lu Ming guessed that Mo He had put it in the storage ring because its attribute didn't match with Mo He's. Lu Ming had made a lot of money. Chapter 1488. It's time to go back. Lu Ming put away the storage ring and cast his movement technique, continuing to head toward the Divine Dragon Valley. 7 days later, the Dragon God Valley was already in sight. When he returned to the Dragon God Valley, the temperature began to drop rapidly. At a glance, the sky was covered in snow and the sky was white. Lu Ming flew toward the outer valley. With his current status, there was naturally no one who would stop him. However, he did not notice that when he flew into the outer valley, there were a few pairs of eyes staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming is back. He is indeed not dead. Quickly report to the young master. Someone took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Lu Ming flew toward the Cloud Dragon God Valley. However, before he reached halfway, he was stopped by a few young men. 3 young men stood in front of Lu Ming and stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Lu Ming, how dare you come back? The young man in the middle looked at Lu Ming coldly. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? But why are you blocking my path? Lu Ming frowned and said, What is it? Lu Ming, let me ask you. You went on a mission with my elder brother, Su Long, and the rest. Why are you the only one who came back? Why didn't my elder brother and the rest come back? Tell me, did you get greedy and collude with outsiders to kill my elder brother and the rest? The young man in the middle shouted, Su Long's brother? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. No wonder he looked similar to Su Long. There is something else about Su Long and the others. I will report it to the elders of the mission hall and explain it clearly. Lu Ming said, Explain what? Lu Ming, don't try to deny it. My brother and the others must have been killed by you. Now, come with me to the Dragon Punishing Palace to receive your punishment. Su Long's brother shouted. Their commotion naturally alarmed the others. At this moment, many passers-by came over to watch and discuss. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. These people seemed to have planned this beforehand. Lu Ming had just returned, but these people immediately knew and blocked his path. Clearly, there were people in the outer valley who had been waiting for Lu Ming's return. Their purpose was to wait for Lu Ming to come back and cause trouble. Lu Ming's first thought was Yin Feng. Su Long was sent by Yin Feng. Even Duan Yin and Fu Xing were sent by Yin Feng. The Dragon Punishment Palace was the law enforcement place of the Dragon God Valley. There might be Yinfeng's people there. If Lu Ming went to the Dragon Punishment Palace, his life and death would not be up to him. Why would Lu Ming go to the Dragon Punishment Palace? Get out of my way. I've already said that there's something else going on with Su Long and the others. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming coldly shouted. Don't even think about it. Today, you have to come with me to the Dragon Punishment Palace. A sharp light flashed in Su Long's younger brother's eyes as he stepped forward and reached out to grab Lu Ming. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. 9 dragons rushed out from under his feet and collided with Su Long's younger brother. Su Long's younger brother cried out in pain as his body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body was like a flickering shadow as he rushed towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming knew that Yinfeng and the others had most likely found out about the deaths of Su Long and the others. They were waiting for Lu Ming to return to slander him and deal with him. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley. Senior Brother Lu. At the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley, 2 ordinary disciples bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded at the 2 and continued to walk towards the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. He wanted to find the Cloud Dragon Valley Master or Long Yuanshan to explain the mission. However, he did not walk far before he heard a commotion at the entrance of the valley. Tell Lu Ming to get out here. A furious roar could be heard. They're here so quickly. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately turned around and walked towards the entrance of the valley. A group of people blocked the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Su Long's younger brother was among them. Yinfeng was also among them. Behind Yinfeng was a large group of people. Some of them were wearing golden dragon robes and had a dignified aura. They were from the Dragon Punishing Palace. At that moment, 2 Cloud Dragon Valley disciples blocked the group. Everyone, this is the Cloud Dragon Valley. Those who are not from the Cloud Dragon Valley are not allowed to barge in. One of the disciples said, Tell Lu Ming to get out here. Lu Ming colluded with outsiders and took advantage of the mission to murder his fellow disciples. He has committed a heinous crime. We must take him down and bring him to the Dragon Punishing Palace for interrogation. Yinfeng said coldly. Everyone, Senior Brother Lu Ming is the true disciple of the Valley Master. Even if something happened, the elders of the Dragon Punishing Palace should inform the Valley Master first. Then, the Valley Master will come forward to investigate the matter. One of the Cloud Dragon Valley disciples said, The evidence of Lu Ming murdering his fellow disciples is conclusive. There is no need to trouble the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Just bring him to the Dragon Punishing Palace. Get lost, and let us go in to capture Lu Ming. Yinfeng berated. No, you're not allowed to barge into the Cloud Dragon Valley. The 2 Cloud Dragon Valley disciples stopped them. Get lost. A burly young man behind Yinfeng shouted angrily and threw out a palm strike. The 2 Cloud Dragon Valley disciples grunted and retreated. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. Today, Lu Ming must go to the Dragon Punishing Palace to receive his punishment. Yinfeng berated. Are you looking for me? A cold voice sounded and Lu Ming's figure appeared in a flash. Lu Ming. Yinfeng's eyes narrowed. Yinfeng, you're getting bolder. You brought people to barge into the Cloud Dragon Valley and even injured our disciples. It seems like you have no respect for the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, we are here to capture you. You were hiding in the Cloud Dragon Valley, and we had no choice but to barge in. Lu Ming, it's good that you are here. Did you collude with outsiders to kill Su Long, Duan Yin, and the others? Yinfeng started to quibble and asked Lu Ming directly. I didn't kill Duan Yin, Fu Xing, and the others. Lu Ming said calmly. Still trying to quibble? Lu Ming, let me tell you. I brought people to the Feng clan and found the corpses of Duan Yin, Fu Xing, and Su Long in a cave. Su Long was obviously killed by you. That was obviously your martial art. Besides, there was still your aura on Su Long's corpse. How dare you say you didn't kill them? Yinfeng shouted coldly. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed like Yinfeng really hated his guts and wanted to kill him. He even sent people to investigate the Feng clan. Su Long was indeed killed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain and the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. However, at that time, Su Long wanted to kill him, so he had to kill him too. Now, Yin Feng was holding on to this point. That's right, I did kill Su Long, Lu Ming said. This made many people's hearts tremble. Yin Feng was ecstatic. He said loudly, "Everyone, you have heard it. Lu Ming has admitted it himself. Su Long was killed by him. How can such a vicious person who killed his fellow disciples be left in this world? Today, the Dragon Punishing Palace must kill this person and take revenge for Su Long and his fellow disciples. The Dragon Punishing Palace will not let him go." Chapter 1489. Looking coldly at Yin Feng and the rest, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he said calmly, "I killed Su Long because Su Long wanted to kill me first. Am I supposed to let him kill me and not retaliate?" Lu Ming's voice caused the entire place to fall silent. "Nonsense. Su Long had no conflict with you. Why would he try to kill you? What a joke." Yin Feng snapped. "Do I have to ask you that?" Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng and said with a hollow grin. Yin Feng's expression changed slightly before he let out a hollow laugh and said, "Lu Ming, Su Long is already dead. You can say whatever you want, since there's no proof. However, no matter what you say, you won't be able to change the truth. The truth is that you killed Su Long with your own hands. The evidence is clear, and you won't be able to change it. You will be punished." "Yin Feng, what's the rush? If you want to know the truth, I'll tell you." Lu Ming calmly glanced at Yin Feng and said, "Previously, when we were on a mission, we stumbled into a powerful enemy. Duan Yin, Fu Xing, and Zhang Kong were killed by the enemy. Su Long even sided with the enemy and was controlled by them. He tried to kill me, which was why I killed him." Lu Ming briefly explained the details of the mission. "Nonsense. From what I know, Duan Yin and Fu Xing's cultivations were at the 3rd layer martial dominator realm, while Su Long's cultivation was at the 4th layer martial dominator realm. You stumbled into a powerful enemy, and they all died, but you, a mere ant from a desolated island, are still alive. Isn't that ridiculous? Do you really think we're idiots?" Yin Feng let out a hollow laugh. "You're not idiots, you're stupid," Lu Ming calmly said. Yin Feng wore an unpleasant expression. "Let me tell you, there's only one reason why they died, and I'm still alive, which is because I'm strong," Lu Ming said in a loud voice. "Because I'm strong." It was a simple reason, but it explained everything. The reason why Su Long and the others were dead, but Lu Ming was still alive. It was because Lu Ming was strong, and he was stronger, which was why he was still alive. "Ha ha ha, you're strong? Su Long is a 4th layer martial emperor. You're just an ant from the Savage Island. You just broke through to the martial emperor realm not long ago. How dare you say you're strong? What a joke. Let's see how strong you are. Men, take him down." Yin Feng shouted loudly. As soon as Yin Feng finished speaking, 2 young men of the Dragon Punishing Palace dashed out from behind him, each holding a dragon binding chain in their hands. They lunged at Lu Ming and yelled, "Surrender!" "Scram!" Lu Ming bellowed and took a few steps forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out, causing the ground to tremble. The ground started to ripple like water. A terrifying power surged towards the 2 youths from the Dragon Punishment Palace. Boom! Boom! The bodies of the 2 youths of the Dragon Punishment Palace shook violently. Their faces were filled with shock. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. So strong. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming had managed to injure 2 3rd-layer martial dominator realm young men of the Dragon Punishing Palace with just a few steps. "How bold! You dare to resist the arrest. Die!" Someone uttered a roar behind Yin Feng. A few figures dashed forward with ferocious auras. Before they arrived, a powerful gust of wind swept in Lu Ming's direction. 4th layer martial dominator realm. 3 4th layer martial dominator realm experts lunged at Lu Ming. "Piss off!" Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he uttered a roar and lashed out with his fists. Bang! 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 Streams of fist intent seemed to be able to penetrate the void as they headed toward the 3/4 layer martial dominators of the Dragon Punishing Palace. The terrifying fist intent instantly shattered the attacks and defenses of the 3 youths of the Dragon Punishment Palace. Their figures shuddered violently as they were sent flying like kites with their strings cut. They flew out of the entrance of the Cloud Dragon Valley and crashed heavily onto the ground. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. 3/4 layer martial dominator realm cultivators of the Dragon Punishment Palace were injured and sent flying with a single attack. How strong was his strength? Su Long, who was a mere 4th layer martial dominator realm cultivator. At that instant, they recalled Lu Ming's words. Because I'm strong. That's right, because Lu Ming was strong. Lu Ming was still alive, but Su Long and his crew were dead. Damn it, damn it. Yin Feng let out a furious roar in his heart as his eyes flickered with jealousy. It had been a while since they last met, and Lu Ming had grown stronger. How had a mere ant from a desolated island become so strong? This caused Yin Feng to feel a chill deep within his heart. The stronger Lu Ming was, the greater the danger he would face. He could not allow Lu Ming to grow stronger. This man is lawless, harming his fellow disciples like a demon, and now he dares to injure the people of the Dragon Punishment Palace. He deserves to die. Everyone, I suggest we kill him on the spot as a warning to the others. Yin Feng's voice could be heard. That's right, kill him on the spot. A cold voice could be heard. More than 10 experts of the Dragon Punishment Palace charged out from Yin Feng's back, unleashing powerful auras. 2 of them were peak 6th layer martial dominators, while the rest were 5th layer and 4th layer martial dominators. There were so many powerful figures, and they wanted to kill Lu Ming on the spot. Kill! A young man of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm uttered a roar as his figure sprang toward Lu Ming like a dragon. A ferocious aura suppressed Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming's eyes glistened. A peak 6th layer martial dominator realm cultivator was way stronger than his strength. As Lu Ming was about to fight with all his might, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and threw a punch at the young man of the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. The punch was not huge, but it was emitting a destructive aura. Bang! One of the arms of the young man at the peak of the 6th layer martial dominator realm exploded. He was sent flying over 1,000 meters and slammed heavily onto the ground. Bang! Bang! Following this, the figure threw over 10 punches in a row, sending the experts of the Dragon Punishment Palace flying while uttering cries of agony and vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Let's see who dares to be disrespectful in the Cloud Dragon Valley. A delicate yell could be heard. 8th senior sister. Lu Ming was startled. The person who had appeared out of nowhere and severely injured the experts of the Dragon Punishment Palace was Lu Ming's 8th senior sister, Xianxia. She was a snow dragon. Junior brother, are you all right? Xianxia asked in a concerned tone. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. What were you doing? How dare you injure the people of the Dragon Punishment Palace? How dare you? Yin Feng pointed at Xianxia and snapped. Shut up. Xianxia snapped furiously with a cold expression. You've trespassed in the Cloud Dragon Valley and dared to kidnap my junior brother. If you take another step forward, I won't just injure them. I'll smash your heads into pieces. A cold, murderous intent burst out from Xianxia's body. Many swallowed their saliva. How imperious. She would smash their heads into pieces if they took another step forward. That was the definition of being lawless. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. He had not expected his senior sister to be so imperious. He suddenly felt that he was being too kind. Xianxia, the Dragon Punishment Palace is just doing our job. Your junior brother has committed a heinous crime by killing his fellow disciples. The evidence is clear. He must be brought to the Dragon Punishment Palace to be punished. A young man of the Dragon Punishment Palace, standing beside, Yin Feng spoke while emitting a shocking aura. Chapter 1490. This time, even a 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert was involved. This showed how determined Yinfeng was to kill Lu Ming. Killing a fellow disciple? How ridiculous! My junior brother only killed a piece of trash. What's the big deal? It's only a waste of resources to let him stay in the Dragon Valley. It's better to kill him now, Xianxia said coldly. The crowd stared with their eyes open wide. What kind of logic was that? This was really too domineering, too arrogant. The 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert and Yinfeng were stunned. They had no idea how to respond to Xianxia's words. She was being unreasonable. Now piss off. Otherwise, I'll kick you out one by one. Xianxia snapped. Xianxia, it seems like you're going to interfere today. I'll take you down too. The 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert said coldly as a terrifying aura burst out from his body, suppressing Xianxia's figure. Bang! A powerful aura burst out from Xianxia's body too. 5th-layer martial dominator realm. Everyone could tell that Xianxia's cultivation was only at the 5th-layer martial dominator realm, but her aura was extremely shocking as she was able to face the 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert head-on. Thousand Mountain Fist kill. The 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert uttered a roar as he stepped forward and threw a punch in Xianxia's direction. As the punch was thrown, it felt like a huge mountain had appeared in the sky, crushing down onto Xianxia. Roar! At that instant, a shocking dragon cry could be heard from Xianxia's figure, causing her aura to grow stronger. Xianxia threw a punch forward too. Xianxia's fist seemed to have turned into ice, exuding a terrifying chill. Bang! Xianxia's punch collided with the mountain. A terrifying explosion took place at the scene. Following this, the mountain was frozen before exploding, causing a terrifying icy aura to spread in all directions. The temperature of the place dropped rapidly. Those with weaker cultivations shuddered as their bodies were covered in a layer of frost. The 7th-layer martial dominator realm expert and Xianxia both shuddered and were knocked backward. How powerful! Monster! Many people thought the same thing and looked at Xianxia in shock. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Xianxia's combat ability was beyond his imagination. Xianxia was only a cultivator of the 5th Huangqi layer, but she was able to fight against a cultivator of the 7th Huangqi layer. A cultivator of the 7th Huangqi layer was already a high-level Huangqi layer. In a sect like the Dragon God Valley, a high-level martial monarch was already considered a middle-level power. Again, Xianxia retreated with excitement in her eyes. A dragon's roar came from her body, and a white shadow of a snow dragon appeared above her head. This senior sister is really warlike. Lu Ming could not help but think. He remembered the first time he met Xianxia. Xianxia punched him without any warning. Stop! Just then, an old man appeared in the sky. His powerful aura filled the entire place, causing everyone to feel a terrifying pressure on their bodies. A Saint Realm expert. Without a doubt, the old man in the sky was a Saint Realm expert. The old man was wearing a long robe with a golden dragon on it, similar to what the people of the Dragon Punishing Palace were wearing. The Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace. Greetings, Elder. As expected, the young men of the Dragon Punishing Palace greeted the old man. The others followed suit. As soon as the Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace arrived, Xianxia and the 7th-layer Huangqi layer stopped fighting. What's going on? The Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace asked with a frown. Previously, he had been informed that many experts of the Dragon Punishing Palace had gathered at the Cloud Dragon Valley. Thus, he had immediately rushed over and witnessed the battle between Xianxia and the experts of the Dragon Punishing Palace. Elder, I mean Yinfeng, the grandson of the Silver Dragon Valley's leader. Yinfeng was the first to announce his name. He then said, "This is what happened. This Lu Ming killed his fellow disciples and stole their treasures. He has committed a heinous crime. The senior brothers of the Dragon Punishing Palace and I are going to capture him." Killed his fellow disciples? The eyes of the Elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace flickered coldly as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Is that true?" Yin Feng's dog mouth is just randomly biting people, Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, what did you say? Yin Feng glared at Lu Ming. How dare Lu Ming call him a dog? Dog, silver dog, Lu Ming said calmly. Yin Feng's face darkened as he brought his fists together toward the elder of the dragon punishing palace and said, "Elder, this man has killed his fellow disciples. The evidence is clear. I've already sent someone to collect the evidence. I hope you can handle it fairly. Otherwise, the people of the Dragon God Valley will be disappointed." Lu Ming, what do you have to say? The elder of the dragon punishing palace glanced at Lu Ming. Of course I have something to say, as Su Long is being controlled by someone. Afterward, Lu Ming recounted the mission of this trip to him. This time, he explained it more clearly than the last time. Of course, Lu Ming skipped over some important points or modified them slightly. For example, the Demon Soul Elder had chased after Lu Ming and had his physical body destroyed by Lu Ming with the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming did not mention this point. He only said that the other party had been seriously injured and could not catch up to him. What did you say? The evil spirit sect. When Lu Ming finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from the elder of the dragon punishing palace, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Yes, elder. Lu Ming bowed, but he was shocked in his heart. When Lu Ming mentioned the evil spirit sect, fear appeared in the eyes of this sage realm elder. This kind of fear was the same as Su Long's back then. It was reverence from the bottom of his heart. He swept his gaze again and discovered that many disciples of the Dragon God Valley also revealed fear in their eyes after hearing about the evil spirit sect. An elder of the evil spirit sect is actually still alive? Could it be that the evil spirit sect is going to rise from the ashes? The elder of the dragon punishing palace muttered to himself, the fear in his eyes growing stronger. Lu Ming, nonsense. The evil spirit sect was wiped out by the combined forces of countless factions on the continent 80,000 years ago. What evil spirit sect elder? Living for 80,000 years? It's all bullshit. Now, there is no proof. You can make up whatever you want. Yin Feng shouted, his eyes flashing with a sinister look. Today, he had to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming. At the very least, he had to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming, do you have any witnesses for everything you said? Do you have evidence to prove that everything you said is true? Can you prove your innocence? The elder of the dragon punishing palace took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Lu Ming again. The evidence is very simple. There are still many people in the Feng family alive. There must be someone who knows the inside story. Find the people of the Feng family and ask them. Then you will know whether what I said is true or false. Chapter 1491. At this moment, Yin Feng let out a hollow laugh and said, I don't think there's a need to go to the Feng clan. I've already brought my men there, but I found out that the Feng clan had been massacred. After saying this, Yin Feng's icy gaze glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're so ruthless and decisive, leaving no evidence behind. The meaning behind his words was clear. Yin Feng was referring to the fact that Lu Ming had massacred the Feng clan. The Feng clan had been massacred. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng, his eyes flickering coldly. Needless to say, the Feng clan had been massacred by Yin Feng, as he was afraid that Lu Ming would ask the Feng clan to testify against Lu Ming's words. Such a ruthless move to deal with Lu Ming. He had massacred the Feng clan, and now he was accusing Lu Ming of massacring the Feng clan. A cold grin appeared on Yin Feng's face as he glanced at Lu Ming with a mocking gaze. Humph. Let's see how you're going to prove yourself. Yin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. Yin Feng, you've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me, massacring the Feng clan, destroying the evidence, and framing me. I know you hate me. Previously, I stepped on your face 9 times in front of everyone. In Itsandi's secret ground, you were beaten to the point where you were forced to kneel in front of me. It's understandable that you're trying to take revenge on me. Lu Ming let out a faint smile, casually pushing the blame to Yin Feng, saying that Yin Feng had framed him in order to take revenge on him. Bullshit. Yin Feng's face turned dark. Bullshit. Many people saw it. How am I bullshitting? If you're so capable, kill them all. Lu Ming let out a faint smile. The elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace frowned his eyebrows. Both Lu Ming and Yin Feng had their own reasons. He did not know who to listen to. Elder, Yin Feng hired a fellow disciple to tamper with the mission, intending to have Su Long, Duan Yin, and the others kill me during the mission. After that, he massacred the entire Feng family and framed me. This person is insane. He must be punished severely. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the Dragon Punishing Palace's elder, putting Yin Feng in a checkmate. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Yin Feng roared. Slander? If you want to know the truth, it's very simple. As long as I take you down and search your soul, the truth will naturally come to light. Lu Ming said as he strode towards Yin Feng. What do you want? You want to kill me to silence me? Yin Feng shouted. Stop. A figure stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Ming. It was the 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm young man from the Dragon Punishing Palace. Your opponent is me. Xianxia appeared and threw a punch at the young man of the Dragon Punishing Palace. The young man from the Dragon Punishment Palace had no choice but to fight Xianxia. On the other hand, Lu Ming continued to move toward Yin Feng. Attack, kill this man. Yin Feng yelled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The young men who had followed Yin Feng here lunged at Lu Ming. Piss off. Lu Ming let out a roar as the black featherwings appeared. With a flap, 5 young men were sent flying while vomiting mouthfuls of blood. In the air, the elder of the Dragon Punishing Palace raised his eyebrows. He was about to intervene when a voice entered his ears, causing his figure to come to a stop. Bang! Lu Ming cast the Wind Essence skill. With a step, his speed increased tremendously as he dashed toward Yin Feng. Go back! Kill! At least 10 young men dashed toward Lu Ming. Some of them were peak 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts. Buzz! The 3rd-grade Chaotic Domain was unleashed, encapsulating the young men within it. The young men instantly felt a terrifying pressure crushing their bodies, as if their bones were about to break. Those with weaker cultivations fell to the ground and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Following this, Lu Ming lashed out a punch with a terrifying force, sending a few peak Martial Dominator Realm experts flying. Many among the crowd inhaled deeply. Lu Ming was only a 2nd-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert, but even a peak 5th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert was no match for Lu Ming and was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming's figure approached Yin Feng at lightning speed. Yin Feng's face turned pale as he frantically backed off. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so daring as to try to search his soul. If he were to search his soul, the truth would be revealed. There was no way he would let Lu Ming capture him. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. The young men who had followed him had no chance of stopping Lu Ming. Son of a bitch, don't you dare. At this moment, a furious bellow could be heard from the depths of the sky. The voice was like that of a deity. Then, a big hand reached down from the clouds and grabbed Lu Ming. The terrifying pressure froze Lu Ming in place, rendering Lu Ming immobile. Valley Master Yin Long. Lu Ming yelled furiously. Lu Ming could tell that the person who had attacked him was Valley Master Yin Long. A dignified Valley Master actually attacked Lu Ming, a junior. Yin Zheng, you're getting worse and worse. How dare you attack my disciple in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley? Do you think I'm invisible? A gentle voice could be heard from the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Following that, a sword ray shot out explosively and slashed down at the enormous hand. The enormous hand was directly cleaved into 2 and then burst apart. Yin Ruoxu. A thunderous voice could be heard from high up in the sky. Following this, a silver light flashed and an old man appeared. It was Valley Master Yin Long. When Valley Master Yin Long appeared, he looked into the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. In the Cloud Dragon Valley, an old man stepped on the clouds. It was Valley Master Yinlong. Minger, do what you have to do. When Valley Master Yinlong appeared, his voice could be heard. His intention was clear. He wanted Lu Ming to continue taking down Yinfeng. Junior, how dare you? Valley Master Yinlong looked coldly at Lu Ming. I'm so scared. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flapped his black wings. With a gust of wind, he charged towards Yinfeng. Grandfather, save me. Yinfeng screamed. How dare you? Valley Master Yinlong roared, and a terrifying dragon roar could be heard from his body. A silver-white light shot up into the sky, and his aura was terrifying. Yinzheng, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Valley Master Yinlong took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Valley Master Yinlong. He slashed his sword at Valley Master Yinlong. The slash was simple, but Valley Master Yinlong's expression changed. Silver light exploded and he fought Valley Master Yinlong. Boom! When the two of them clashed, the entire sky seemed to be split apart by the sword light and silver light. The vast aura made everyone breathless. Is this the strength of the Valley Master? He's so strong. Many people were shocked. Let's fight. Valley Master Yinlong's voice could be heard as he charged into the void with Valley Master Yinlong. As for Lu Ming, he continued to charge towards Yinfeng. The few youths who were protecting Yinfeng were sent flying. No matter how fast Yinfeng retreated, his speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. Shua! Lu Ming appeared in front of Yinfeng, and his chaotic domain crushed down on him. Yinfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.